positive energy all the time. Good to see you all. Hope y'all doing great. I am representing Chicago, Illinois. What's going on? All of my people over there on Twitch. Make sure y'all follow me over there. Right. Much respect to everybody on YouTube. And much respect to all my people over on Facebook. Hope y'all doing well. Rep your city, rep your city. I'm representing Chicago, Illinois. Chicago, Illinois. That's what I'm representing. Yes, indeed. Come on in, come on in. Had an interesting day today. My son's mother passed away a while ago, and his grandmother passed away, his mother's mother, about a month ago. So it's been nice for him to be in contact with his family members. He's excited about that. Lost his mother when he was really young. So his auntie sent him a picture that he sent me. Sent me a picture. It was a picture of my first wedding with me and his mother. Rest in peace to Sister Sunyata. We had the red, gold, and green wedding. I had the priest, I had the Ethiopian priest, the brother, Jamaican brother, do the vows. The brother standing next to me smiling, that's the brother that came out to Hawaii with my friend. And the brother with the red on, that's a friend of mine from Chicago here. They were my best men. We had on the red, gold, and green. So he was really excited to get that picture. They got married out there in Maryville, Indiana. I think I was still using a crutch. I had just learned how to walk, I think. I had just learned how to walk. Yeah, I think I had just learned how to walk. I was still halfway decent. It hadn't gotten to me yet. And my son sent me that. I can't tell you, probably I got to go look at the paperwork. Probably. No, wait a minute. I can tell you. Yeah, it was my first marriage. Everybody come on in. We're going to talk about the Larry Hoover situation. So that was like 1990. Yeah, that was 1990. Yeah, 1990. I was going to rehab. I had just got back up on my feet. So my son, he was happy to see a picture of his mother. She passed away from cancer at a young age too. Yeah, she passed away from cancer. He was never really got a chance to be around her that much. Yeah, I seen NBA YoungBoy got pardoned. That's good for him. Yeah, that's good for him. Okay, I got it. Okay. You know what I mean? My phone been going crazy ever since well, he didn't get pardoned. He got his sins commuted. I guess it's the same thing. My phone been going crazy. Yeah, my phone's been going crazy, 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 crazy. Been going crazy. I'm happy for little Larry. That's a good thing. It's been, positivity. It's been negativity, you know. We have some black men that are just so extremely negative. It's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Good to see you, Simeon. It was just sweet and sour for me because I can't find my ghetto prisoner sweatshirt. I probably lost it in all the moving I've been doing. That thing is a collector's item. Ghetto prisoner's sweatshirt with the metal plate on it with his number, with his prison number on it. I don't know, I lost it some kind of way. I don't know where it's at. That's a collector's item. Ouch. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. We're going to get into the details of that and break it all down to the very last compound. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, support the channel. If he goes, they take him to state, his family be able to visit him a lot. So that's a big, he'll have movement. He won't be locked in one little cage. He'll have movement. His family be able to visit him. He'll get better food. He'll get better treatment. He won't be locked in that one cage. He don't got to adapt to the new world. He's not going to have to adapt. He'll be fine. Yeah, he'll be fine. This one he got locked up. Okay. So he got locked up in 1973. He was born in 1950. He's 74 years old. So at 74 years old, he don't have to adapt. What is he going to be doing? He's just going to be chilling. It's nothing to adapt to. Now, if he was young and he had to be outside, he would have to adapt. But at 73, he don't have to adapt. He just be sitting down somewhere. Nothing to adapt to. Not at 74. He been locked up since I was a sophomore. Since I was a sophomore in high school. I don't know. I don't know when I get off the thing, but most likely they're just going to send him to the state. They're going to send him to the state. He's looking, he got 200 years in the state. He probably out now, though, because he was supposed to get out like within an hour or so. So he's probably out. Yeah, he's probably out because he was supposed to get out an hour. Little Larry said he was supposed to get out an hour, and that was about an hour ago. So he's probably out. When they do that and the president do that, they let you out right away. They let you out. Yeah, he got 200 years. We're going to talk about, I'm going to break it all down. What's really going on. You know what I'm saying? See, the whole thing, you all, is this. This is what you got to remember. This is what y'all got to remember when you talk about Larry Hoover. Because I see brothers saying all type of crude stuff. I see people saying all kind of stuff about Larry. This is for the intelligent brothers and sisters, right? This is what you got to understand. I teach this. I teach that every 7 years you get all new blood cells. Take 7 years for they to completely change over. So whatever blood cells you start with at birth, by the time you get 7, all of those gone and replaced. So if you change the way you eat and eat healthy, 7 years after you eat healthy, your blood cells are better, okay? So this is what I teach. This is how your life goes. 7, 14, 21, 28, 35. Now, I teach this. 7, 14, 21. I teach that when you're 21, you're not full grown. You're not full grown when you're 21 years old. You're kind of like a grown teenager. You're not even working on being full grown until 28. And you become full grown between 28 and 35. Okay? Always remember that. You become full grown between 28 and 35. That's your full grown era. So you start being full grown at 28 and you complete that at 35. So the first thing, the reason that's important is when you got children, remember now, you're going to have to help them through 28. Don't expect them to be full grown. They're not. You can't be born with your parents and get 18 and get 21 and just be grown. To be grown, it takes practice. Okay? And at 18, you're just a teenager. 19 is still a teen. You're a teenager. So at 21, you're practicing how to be an adult. You're not an adult. You're not a full-grown adult. Okay? So remember with your children, give them a break, okay, from 21. You gotta still help your children. Okay? You gotta still help your children. Okay? Always remember that. Right? You got to still help your children. Right? I don't think anybody celebrates. Is anybody celebrating? What is you talking about, fire? We're not celebrating. We're just talking, sweetie. But I understand your point. But maybe you should go somewhere where they're celebrating, because I'm just having an intelligent conversation. I don't see no balloons or, I don't know, sweetheart, but we have mature conversations over here. And so go get it together. Maybe come back in like 30 minutes. I'm not doing all that today. I'm not doing all that. So you're not full grown until you're 28. Okay? So you're going to have to help your children, okay, all the way up and through their 30s, because they're not fully grown until 35. 35 is young, because if you live to be 90 something, that's 3 30s, right? Right? 30, 60, 90. Okay? Young, middle age, old. And so always remember that your sons or your daughters, if they make mistakes in their 20s, stop saying they're full grown. They are not full grown. They're practicing. I moved out of my parents' house at 18. Me and my girlfriend, we got an apartment. We were practicing to be grown. I can't just get out of high school and just be grown. You have to learn how to be an adult. You just don't turn into an adult because it's a number of your birthday. That's not how it works. You have to be a part of society to learn to be an adult. So you can't be living with mommy and daddy and come out and been paying rent 2 or 3 years and be an adult. You haven't been paying rent on your own. You haven't been doing anything on your own but a couple years. You're not full grown. That's very important to remember. Always remember that. You're going to have to help your children, and that's going to slow down somewhere in their 30s. Right? I'm not doing any distraction conversations today. Okay? Not today. I'm not doing that. Come back in 30 minutes. I'm not in the mood for the childish. I'm just not in the mood for it. Not today. Okay? So always remember that. No matter what I'm saying is still the facts. So I don't know why somebody says something that doesn't change the facts. If your parents put you out, you're still not an adult. You're practicing. It's real simple. Okay? So you're practicing. So you're not an adult. Okay? You're not. You are not an adult. Just because you turn 21 and you can buy liquor, you are not a full-grown adult. You see, back in the day, they had a term called full-grown. What's the difference between grown and full-grown? Let me give you an example. If you raise dogs, like I had Rottweilers and mini pinchers, your Rottweiler is not grown till he's 2 years old. Okay? You're not supposed to breed the female till she's 2. So I had the male, he was 1. Then I got the female. So when the male turned 2, the female was just 1. She was still too young to breed. So I had to keep them separate when she go in the heat. By the time they could breed, he'll be 3 and she'll be 2. But if you watch your dog, when he turns into an adult, he's a practicing adult. So even though a 2-year-old Rottweiler is considered an adult, a pit bull or whatever, they're really not that. Right? They're really not that. Okay? All right, y'all see what I'm saying? They're really not that. Right? So people are the same way. When you get a certain age, you're not a full-grown adult. A full-grown adult is not by age, it's about the experience of living as an adult. So you have to actually live as an adult to be a professional adult. It's like anything else. If you're a basketball player, you have to play basketball to be a basketball player. When you make it to the NBA, what they call you? A rookie. They call you a rookie. So when you first turn 21, you're a rookie. Yes, adult, but you're not. Perfect example, look at Shaq when he got out of college and look at Shaq 5 years different. How much bigger was Shaq? That wasn't the same Shaq. Now that Shaq that got out of college, they say he was grown. But look how smaller he was than the Shaq that was playing for the Lakers. 2 different Shaqs, right? This is for the intelligent people, right? Right? This is for the intelligent people. Anybody that's, I'm not doing none of that today. I'm not doing I'm just doing me today. I'm not doing any of that. If you don't like the conversation, log off. It's real simple. I'm not doing any of that. Okay? Y'all listen to me. Don't listen to the people in the chat. They don't know anything. They can't teach you anything. These are facts. I'm 67 years old. There's no way you can compare the 28-year-old me with me. Okay? I was not really stable moving in no kind of way till I was in my 30s. Yeah, I moved to Hawaii. Yes, I lived as an adult. But I'm telling you, my own self, you can tell you're not a strong adult. You have to practice to be an adult. Okay? You have to practice to be an adult. You can't just be an adult. You have to practice. Now, let's talk about society. What happens with a lot of brothers that be, criticizing, people like Larry Hoover, you come up and you live in a certain situation and you think that everybody live in that situation. So you feel like everybody could think like you and move like you because you're not intelligent enough to know that your particular living conditions, your particular parents, your particular community, your particular family structure determines what you're able to do. If you come up and you don't have that, where you going to get it from? You cannot get the information you need if it's not there. The idea that you just turned 21 and you know right from wrong and all that, that's false. That's totally false. You learn right from wrong from your parents from when you're a little boy, a little girl. And if you don't have those type of parents, where you going to learn it from? You just don't grow up and be a decent child. You have structure in your home that makes you be a decent child. I had parents. I had to clean my room. I got allowance. Every young child growing up in Chicago did not be fortunate like me. Everybody didn't have my mother and father. I got lucky. Okay? I had good parents. The brothers I know that didn't have good parents, they didn't get it together till they was 30, 40 years old. They was behind. Most of them learned how to live by raising their children. They had to wait until they had children to have something to base how to live when they start looking at their children and how their children had to act. That's when they matured. That's why you'll see a lot of people mature later, because they only mature once they become parents, because they didn't have parents. You know, if you're in a relationship with a woman and she got one type of living conditions growing up and you got another, you could tell the difference. See, dudes want to come over here, they don't know what they're talking about. If you, same for ladies, if you're a lady and you come up in a situation with decent parents and you fall in love with a boy that didn't have decent parents, a young man, you could tell the difference. Even as adults, you could tell. You could tell. Many times people suffer from their childhood. Their childhood give them, some people can't never get over their childhood. Like if you got a parent that's used substance abuse. You know, I got friends that parents had substance abuse and it messed them up their entire life. I got friends that their mama was hollering and screaming every day, hollering and screaming. And when they grow up, they be hollering and screaming and hollering and screaming. They never been in a quiet household. These are facts. This ain't no make-believe stuff. This is reality. I'm like I am because I was fortunate to live in a nice house. Parents always had new cars. Always was disciplined. I wasn't allowed to get in trouble. I wasn't getting in trouble because that was not acceptable. I have other friends didn't have good parents and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You grow up. When I was growing up, they get a certain time of night. Certain kids got to go in. Other kids don't. Let me tell you a story. One day, the ice cream man came. And this is going to lead to Larry Hoover. The ice cream man came. And I didn't have no money to get no ice cream. I want some ice cream. I know my mother used to save money. I'm just a child, though. I don't know. I'm probably 4th grade, right? Maybe barely 5th grade. And I want some ice cream bad. So I went and took a coin out of my mother's drawer, out of her coin she was saving, and went and bought some ice cream. Well, it's like a silver dollar or something. And then by me being a child, I probably didn't close the drawer back. She probably seen somebody been in my drawer. I'm a kid. So I went and bought some ice cream. Now, it's me and my sister, right? So my mother come, she noticed the coin gone, and she said, I know who did it. Michael did it. Now, I got mad. Even though I did it, I didn't like the fact she just said I did it without an investigation. Seriously, I said, that just shows. This proves my point. Who does that? So I got mad and I ran away. I ran away because I got mad that my mother accused me of taking the money that I had really took. Right? So I walked all the way down the roads and had my first experience with racism because I walked in a white neighborhood and the kids said, oh, it's a little N-word. And they chased me. I had to run and check this out. I had walked so far, I wanted to get back close to the house. So I told the police, I had walked too far. Do you know that police took me on the block and just dropped me off on the corner? He was supposed to take me and say, where do you live at? He was supposed to take me to my house and tell my mother he was way up in Rosa. Do you know that man dropped me off on the corner? So I didn't go home. Right? Now, my whole life, growing up, Maple Park, we come outside, we play, be on the block with the street lights, we play hide and go seek and all that, and we all come in the house. But I ran away so it got dark. So all the children that I used to play with, they was all in the house. And I went over to the park and there was some children still outside, right? All the children like me with parents like mine, they was in the house. So it was these children outside. So they said, let's go catch some tadpoles. And that's like 9, 10 o'clock at night or something. I should have been in the house. So I'm running around with them. And this is why I'm very observant, because guess what? They wasn't nothing like the ones that had good parents. They had bad parents. Their parents didn't even care where they was at. So I'm out there with them late at night and walking back with them from catching tadpoles in the middle of the night. Anybody could do anything. And I'm walking and I see my mama coming from the park in her robe, her house robe, and her house shoes looking for me. It broke my heart, right? She said, Michael, when she seen a bunch of kids. And I said, huh? She said, come here. She was hurt. Probably had been crying. I'm saying all this to say it was a lesson to me because I noticed the difference in the children that had good parents like me and them children I was out there with. So now them children I was out there with, yeah, they gonna go to jail. No, they don't know right from wrong. So the brother came over here talking, he should have shut up and learned something. They did not know right from wrong. They just was out there. Wow. Okay? Somebody gonna tell me we talk about people. It ain't no difference. People, dog, whatever. They have to be trained. You have to be trained. You have to have discipline. You have to be taught how to live in a society. You just don't grow up and automatically know how to live in no society. Okay, that's just totally ridiculous. Right? It's totally ridiculous, right? You just don't grow up and know how to live in no society. And so all through life, I've been able to see the fortunate and the unfortunate. So brothers that's doing well, that want to criticize Larry Hoover, that's because you don't count your blessings. That's because you don't respect what your mother and your father did for you not to be like that. Or you might have been like that and changed. But either way, when you criticize people like that, you disrespecting the fact that you had structure. So now Larry Hoover did 50 years, right? He was apprehended in 1973. He was born in 1950. He was 23 years old. He was 23 years old and had been out there gangbanging since what, 16, 15? This is not no grown adult. This is a kid, 23. If anybody over here, any one of you men, not a man over here can look me in my face and tell me you acted like no grown adult when you was 23. You lying, okay? You are lying. At 23 years old, right? At 23 years old, you were not no adult. You lying. Anybody say that, you a lie. You a lie. I didn't grow up till I was in my 30s. And I moved to Hawaii. I moved to California. I hustled all by myself. I lived by myself. I lived in the mountains in Hawaii, and I was mature. But I was not at my peak of maturity. I was mature, But just because you mature doesn't mean you're at your peak of your maturity. I was still learning stuff. And let me tell you something. You go to jail at that age. Yeah, you go to jail. You go to jail. You go to jail from 14 until 30, 35. You go to jail. You'll go to jail. You'll go to prison. You'll go to prison from 15 to 35. You will go to prison. Facts. You'll go to prison. You'll get killed. You'll get robbed. You'll get carjacked. You'll get a woman pregnant and have to pay child support. You'll do a lot of stuff. Okay? I was raised with a mother and a father, but that maturity, they can't give it to me. All they can do is give me what they got to make me be able to mature on my own. But nobody could give that to you. Only thing could make you fully mature is life. You got to go outside and live. Mommy and daddy can't give you that part. They can't give you that part. You know, I'm keeping it $1 billion. They can't give you that part because you ain't that smart. You're just not. A lot of times you don't even wake up until you arrested and start thinking about how you got arrested. And he's like, that was stupid. What made me think I could do that? What made me think I could do that? It's a constant process. And you start to be full grown at 28. But you know what age you are before you all the way grown? 40. Facts. Before you're all the way grown and really solid, you 40 years old. I was 40 years old before I had all the kinks out. Now I moved and had my own apartment at 18. I was driving at 15. So I was mature. But that ain't got nothing to do with once you go outside. That maturity don't mean nothing when you get out in the world. So Larry Hoover got all them years when he was only 23 years old. And if you think I'm lying, anybody that'll tell me I'm wrong, go around them and watch how they going to act around their 23-year-old daughter and son. They're going to treat them like they older children. You do not treat your 23-year-olds like they grown. Get the hell out of here. Many times they at college. And when your children go to college, that's extended childhood, unless I'm crazy. My daughter just got out of medical school and she ain't really grown yet. She's not ready yet. She's not ready. My daughter just got out of medical school and she is not grown. She's still practicing. She live on her own. She got her grade. She been living on her own. She been doing her thing, but she not there. She not there. She's doing a good job. Even just because you're doing a good job don't mean you there. And so this man been locked up 50 years, but went to jail only after 23 years as a baby. Went to jail 23 years old. Went to prison for all that time at 23 years old. And let me tell you something. You can't tell me nothing. I'm in Chicago. I'm in the rack. I lived in Maple Park. Maple Park is a neighborhood with houses and stuff. Who don't believe it's a difference between living where there's houses and living on the low end? Who think it's the same living in apartment buildings as it is growing up in a house? Who believe that? Who believe that? Who believe growing up like me, 160th and Aberdeen, in a new housing development where everybody got a house? Who believe that's the same as growing up down on Blackstone, growing up in O Block, growing up in the Wentworth buildings, growing up in the Robert Taylor home? Which fool over here believe that's the same? No baseball field. Ain't nobody got no swinging bikes out down there. Ain't no bikes. They ain't got no swinging bikes. They ain't got no baseball field. They ain't got no basketball courts. It's just concrete. It ain't nothing to do. They ain't playing a four square. They're not throwing the football in the middle of the street because the only street is the main street. They don't got no streets. Like if you live on Aberdeen Street, you live on May Street, you got a street. The kids play on the street. If you live down in the projects or somewhere, there ain't no street. There's no street run between the projects. The only street is Cottage Grove, Main Street. They can't go in the street and play. Ain't no cars parked in front of the homes. Ain't no garages. You have your own space when your parents got a house. And to prove to you people not grown, look how many people came over here and didn't listen. That proved my point, the fact they didn't even listen. Listen, before I even laid out what I was going to say, you seen how many black men came over and started talking? Proving my point. Totally immature. They wanted to debate me before I even said one paragraph. Tell me that's maturity. Everybody that I blocked over here proved they had no maturity. They didn't even have the decency enough for me to lay down my thesis first. They just proved my point. They ain't, when it comes to knowledge, they ain't got it. Everybody came over here, I had to shut up. You're not ready either. You didn't even have the maturity enough to let me lay down my thesis first and then respond. You come over here just like a little kid, want to respond on the title and all that, proving my point. You're not even mature enough to discuss matters. Not at all. And the only reason you ain't in prison because you didn't get in trouble. Because with that type of mentality, you'll go to prison. Because you ain't going to be able to beat no case. You ain't going to be able to stand up there in front of a judge and explain yourself to the prosecutor. Not if you come over here trying to argue 3 minutes in the live just off the title. You see a title, you start talking, you proving my point. You immature. You're not me. You're a baby. Because if you was me, you would have waited, let me hear him lay everything out, and then let me respond. No, you're a baby. You're proving my point. If you was in the street, you'd be just like Larry Hoover. You'd be just like Jeff Ford. You'd be like all these gangbangers. You'd be just like them. Let me tell y'all a story. I tell this all the time, but there's new people watching. When I was in LA, I lived in South Central. Me and the woman I just showed that I married, my first wife, right? So it used to be some little boys on the corner selling crack, right? So I'm like, man, they all in the neighborhood selling this stuff on the corner, selling this stuff every night on the corner, right? So I'm thinking, man, they bogus, you know what I'm saying? Why y'all stand on the corner selling that stuff, right? Real talk. So one morning, I'm on the porch, and I see one of the little boys walking down the street with his little sister, right? He about 15. He walked with his little sister, her hair done immaculate, clothes super clean. I said, that's your little sister? He said, yeah. I said, boy, your mama sure got her looking good, right? You know what he said? He said, no, Mr. Cuz, because they used to call me Mr. Cuz. He said, no, Mr. Cuz, I do this. I said, what? He said, I do this. He's like, my mama alcoholic. My mama alcoholic and on drugs. So I got to get up. I got to bathe my little sister. I got to wash her hair. I got to braid her hair. I said, you did her hair? I got to do her hair. I got to walk her to school. I got to go pick her up. I got to buy her clothes. I got to pay the rent. 15 years old. I was judging him. I felt, man, listen, I felt so bad. Because the whole time I'm judging him, but I don't know his conditions. That boy was out there selling rocks to take care of his baby sister and keep a roof over their head. He had to be out there. He doing his mama's job and his daddy's job at 15 years old. The girl was immaculate. After that, I didn't care how long he stood over there. I didn't care how long. I felt like dirt because I was judging him. I don't even know his circumstances. He raising that little girl by himself. He's 15. The girl like 7. He like, this my little sister. I said, your mama really got her hair. You know, I do her hair. I buy her clothes. He said, my mama's alcoholic on drugs. She can't do nothing, you know. I'm paying the mortgage. I'm keeping the lights on. 15 years old. Hey, man, that is one of the most saddest experience I've ever had in my life. I felt this little. I learned from that. Man. Stop judging people. You want to judge Larry. You want to judge all these people. Stop judging people. Go wait till you hear the story. Go hear the story first. Go hear the story. I ain't never had to pay the bills and take care of my little son. I never had to do all that. My daddy and mama took care of everything. This boy, 15 years old, living like a man and a woman. He the mama and the daddy. So now I see why he got all them Crips at his house. That's protection. I see why. If I wouldn't have left and I would have stayed there on that block, I would have gave that boy $2,000. If I would have stayed, I left not long after that. If I would have stayed there, I would have caught him going down there. I would have gave him $2,000. I would be like, here. I would have gave him $2,000. I would have went out and sold T-shirts. I would have gave him everything I made that day. I'll make some more the next week. I would have gave that boy $2,000. Straight up. I would have gave him $2,000. I think about him still. I wonder where he at. I wonder how that turned out. The whole time I'm judging. He over there selling that stuff. He's supposed to know right from wrong. Like the brother come over here talking about everybody's supposed to know right from wrong. Judgmental. He's Jesus Christ. No, he done did all kind of wrong himself. A little boy like 15, 14 going on 15. You should have seen her hair. That's what would have made you cry. I don't cry, so I didn't cry. But I was embarrassed of myself. I was embarrassed of myself. I felt this little. I was embarrassed of myself because I was just out there high and mighty judging them. You know, without knowing, you know, I'm just thinking they just out here, they just bad. I don't know the story, and I'm just running my mouth, you know, talking about them. I don't even know what he going through. No, I don't know what he going through. I'm all high and mighty. Why they over there doing that? And this happened to me, and I was in my 20s. I was like 27, 28. And that changed me right there. I'll never do that no more. I'll never judge nobody until I find out their situation. Because I was not expecting that particular situation. There's no way I would have ever came up with that scenario. I would have never said, well, maybe he buying all his sister clothes, paying the mortgage, paying for gas in his car, his insurance, the lights on, buying food. I never would have said that's why he over there. Because even when I seen a little girl, I said, boy, your mama sure got her looking nice. Your mama taking care of her. He said, Mr. Cuz, my mama alcoholic, crying out, was ready to tell me everything. Just think about him telling me that. He said, my mama alcoholic, she be on drugs, she can't do nothing. She said, I do her hair, I brush her hair, I do her hair. I had to learn how to do it. He said, I got to bathe her. He said, I don't be liking to bathe my sister. You know? I was messed up, man. I'm telling you, I'll never forget that. I'm hoping when I get my book out here and I mention, I'm hoping one day show up and say, yeah, I hope I run into him because I want to know the rest of that story. So now when I pulled up and seen him on the corner slinging, I was cheering for him. I was cheering for him. But I felt dirty. I felt, I never forget that feeling, man. I felt bad, man. I felt bad. I was ashamed of myself. I ain't gonna lie. I was ashamed of myself. And so I knew people was going to come over and say this stuff. So I did my investigation. I said, dang, man, Larry went to jail at 23 years old, man. Now, y'all know he was too young to get life sentence, man, at 23. You know he too young. You know they don't know nothing about murder. They don't know. And where he come up at, the conditions where he came up down there on Blackstone, come on, man, where he gonna get anything from? Seriously. Check this out. I'm giving y'all the real. Those that are smart, listen to me, man. The ones that's not smart, that's why I blocked them. I didn't want them to block y'all knowledge. Because people will come over here and block y'all knowledge. Watch this. Let me show y'all something. Let me show you another story. I'm going to show you another story. Same situation. Watch this. Watch this. Real talk. So I lived in O Block, right? My queen lived there. She had children, so I had a one-bedroom apartment. I'm never going home, so I moved in, right? Check this out. So this is where we lived at O Block. That's the baby, and that was my queen's twins and her son. That's my stepson. Later, I brought my son. He was in Harvey with my ex. His mother passed away. So my ex was raising him. Then once me and this woman stayed tight, I brought him with me because it wasn't my ex-son. So we had 3 teenagers and the baby, right? Now you see the background of the house? This is in O Block. See how nice it is? If you look on the left, see the bird cage? We had some parakeets. We would let them out there fly around. See how, does that look like the projects? No. So check this story out. So since I've been with her, this is where we was all the time. I didn't really go nobody else's apartment or nothing like that, right? So as I get into the music business, the guys outside know I'm in the music business, so I'm going back and forth with them. getting beats. They want to sell me beats. You know what I'm saying? All that. So one day, I went to one of the BD's apartment. And when we got to his apartment, opened the door, it wasn't nothing in there. It was just a kitchen table. It was just a couch. It tripped me out because I hadn't been in nobody's apartment. Man, well, we lived there, it was like a home. Where he lived at, it wasn't no home. It was nothing in there. When I say nothing, there was nothing. Just like a little table, little kitchen table. It was nothing. It was no carpet. It was no drapes. It didn't feel like home. It really looked like jail. That's another thing. I said, wow. When I went in there, you could say, hello, hello, hello. It was nothing. After coming, we was living, shoot, man, we could have been in a condo. It was nice. It was clean. We got everything. We got big screen TVs. We got surround sound, stereos. They got every game in the book. There's 2 games in the girls' room, 2 games in the boys' room. Man, I went to one of the brothers' places. I couldn't believe it. So there's no way living like that, he gonna be rounded like those children we raised. None of those children that me and my queen raised, none of them been in jail. None of them is in a gang. All of them is taking care of themselves, raising their kids, and got jobs. Because me and their mama raised them. The other ones didn't have nobody. They don't got nobody. They don't have nobody. I used to look out my window at O-Block and see the grandmama fighting the other grandmama, the daughter fighting the daughter, and the grandbaby fighting the grandbaby. And the grandmama ain't number like 39, 42. The grandmama like 42. The daughter like 22, and the granddaughter like 15. It's like 12. 3 generations, all young, fighting the other 3 generations. So everybody don't got a family structure. Everybody don't got what you got. Larry Hoover, Jeff Ford, all the brothers in the gang, okay, listen, when blacks migrated to the north, they had apartments and stuff. So my mom and daddy kind of lived on Stewart, 55th and Stewart. Then they moved into Princeton. We lived in an apartment. My mom and daddy then worked real hard and got a house. My daddy told me he made up his mind to get a house. Him and my mama told me, because one day, when I was like 3 years old, my sister like 2, she taking us outside to go to the store walk. And I kicked somebody's dice. I was a baby, I'm 3, I kicked the dice. And my mama said the boy cussed me all out at 3 years old. That's when she knew she had to move. That never would have happened where we moved to. So now the blacks that migrated up here, let's say it's a black man and a black woman migrate up here, but the husband become an alcoholic. Okay, that's going to cripple his family and his wife because he become an alcoholic. They fighting and all that. He going to jail. He going running all around. They got a son now. That son don't have no stability. So now that son is outside gangbanging. This is a fact. Because they ain't got no structure. You know, my mother would walk through the neighborhood and see graffiti and say, look at me, boy. I know how you write. I know you're writing. Let me see your writing on any wall out here, on any desk at that school. I'm going to tear your ass up. So I wasn't allowed. Okay? I wasn't allowed to be a scumbag. If I want to do hood rat stuff, I had to be smart. I had to be one person around mama, and I had to then go to the park and shoot my dice or sell my little weed. But I had to come back. I couldn't just be straight up hood. I had to be two different people. I got Banaka, so she can't smell the weed. I'm putting Vicine in my eyes. I can't come back like some little boys. I can't go to jail and my mama coming up there. My mom and dad are like, listen, if you go to jail, don't call me. Don't call me. Don't call me. So when I did get older and start going to jail, I never called them. I bailed myself out. But I didn't go to jail because I didn't know right from wrong. That had nothing, me going to jail had nothing to do with right from wrong. I had a lack of intelligence. And I was an opportunist and I was an entrepreneur and I was really good at math. So when I find out, oh, I can get a quarter pound of weed and make how much? So I was a businessman. I just now understand that this ain't the kind of business you're supposed to be doing. I'm young. I don't know. I'm young. Look, age make a big difference. I was selling weed. A concert was coming up. I'm an entrepreneur. I came up with an idea. They used to call Colombian bow. I got that bow. So I came up with an idea. I'm going to go to Evergreen Plaza, get my t-shirt for the concert, for the rock concert. And I'm going to put, I got that bow on the back of my shirt. So all I got to do is walk around the concert and everybody know I got that bow and make them more. I'm finna get rich. Now, tell me that ain't stupid. You tell me that's not stupid. I really thought that was the greatest idea in the world. I swear to God, I thought that was the greatest idea in the world. I'm finna sell hella weed because I'm gonna put, I got that boat on the back of my shirt. I'm wait till the concert start and take my jacket off and walk around and everybody come buy weed from me. I'm just showing you how you go to jail. I wouldn't have went to jail because I was bad. I went to jail because I'm stupid. I'm a kid. The only thing saved me is I left the bow up in the seats with the brothers. I was smart enough to go get the business first, then go get it. So I was walking around and a hand say, you got that bow, huh? And it was the police. It was the white police. He said, you got that bow, huh? I was like, no. I just put that on there to look cool, blah, blah, blah. He searched me and I didn't have my ticket on me. I didn't have my ticket to my seat. He said, where you sitting at? I said, I don't know. I was still smart. I didn't show him where I was sitting at because we all would have went to jail. I would have went to jail. We all would have got thrown out. Okay? That was the police, a big old white man. So back then, wasn't nobody really robbing you like that unless you went in the low end. I was in a concert with white. You know, we was going to rock concert. We was going to rock concerts. We was going to see the Ozzy Brothers. We going to see War. We going to see Black Sabbath. We going to see Led Zeppelin. We going to see everybody. Okay? You understand? So just think about that. Larry went to jail at 23 years old. At 23 years old, I was dumb as a rock. I was dumb as a rock. If I lived down on the low end and I was 23 years old, I definitely would have went to prison. Definitely. Definitely. Unless, because if you got good parents, you ain't going to be down on the low end. They're going to get you from down there. And you ain't always fortunate for who your parents is. I got 6 children and none of them was as fortunate as me having my mom and daddy. None of my children had a good parent situation as I did. None of them. None of my children had a greatest experience as I did as a child. Not a one of them. Because sometimes you fall in love and you just fall in love with who you fall in love with. And you ain't got that. You ain't come from Alabama together. So you ain't got that. You know, the generation before me, they came from Mississippi together. They came from Georgia together. They came from Alabama together. So they was locked in. We met our people already up here, so we didn't have that desperation that the blacks had from the Great Migration, running from the Ku Klux Klan. A lot of black men that came up north was running because they was going to hang them if they would be there in the morning. A lot of my friends said they had to leave in the middle of the night because they was going to hang their uncle or hang their daddy. They don't tell that part of the story. So that's why I came over here when I looked and see that, man, Larry was only 23 years old, man. And y'all done locked that man up till he's 70. And know damn well he was too young to know what the hell he was doing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Some fool came over here talking about everybody know right from wrong. Bro, you don't know nothing at 23 years old. The only reason I knew right from wrong, because my mama told me what to do. If my mama didn't tell me what to do, I wouldn't know nothing. Only reason I wasn't doing wrong because that wasn't allowed, or I would have did it. And I still did a lot of wrong. I still was in high school with $500 hid in the room, taking my lunch money and buying stuff and selling stuff. I still was a criminal based on the law. I was a criminal with great parents. I was shooting dice. That's why they call me Stu Gallon. I went to jail. I've been in every jail in Chicago, and I ain't even from the low end or nothing. I come up in a nice home. I stayed in jail for marijuana. Stayed in jail. It was racist back then. They lock you up for anything. A joint. You're going to jail. I went to jail all across the country. As soon as I got there, I went to jail smoking hashish. Went to Hawaii, went to jail growing marijuana. Went to the police station in Hawaii, and the Hawaiian police said, "Good thing we caught you with these. These is no good. Next time when you grow, get the marijuana growers guy. Got to put more nitrogen on it, bro." The police told me my plants weren't no good anyway. I'm good. I'm in Chicago where they want to give you 2 years for a couple dime bags. I'm in Hawaii growing weed. It's a $25 fine. $25 fine. So different people live in different living conditions. They get away with whatever. You don't get away with nothing. There was black men got caught in Texas with 2 seeds of marijuana. Got 15 years, 20 years. So just because somebody's a criminal, it's a whole lot of circumstances that cause that. You know, growing up in Chicago, I seen this. We was young. We used to get our suits tailor-made and stuff because our parents worked hard. And it got to a point we got to the age where we started going to the parties in different areas instead of in our neighborhood. And we started going to parties down there where Leon's Barbecue was at. It was a place right across the street from Leon. And we'd have on all our tailor-made clothes and stuff like that, and we'd go be stepping, call it bopping with our girlfriends. And there was brothers from the projects and from the low end. And they was in there, and they was clean as a whistle. But you know what they had on? They didn't have on tailor-made clothes. They had on their granddaddy's clothes. They was fly, too. They had on. That's how long they saved their clothes because they living in poverty. So they iron that stuff and take care of that stuff. And them brothers was down there with their granddaddy stuff on. They looked fly. They looked straight out the movies. And couldn't nobody step like them. Matter of fact, we just would watch them say, ooh, we clean with their granddaddy clothes on. Clean. Silk necktie, everything. Cufflinks. They made it look, they look like they just came out of a Hollywood movie with no money. And so now in the case of Larry, he'll go to state prison. They'll let him out. And the reason they'll let him out, they don't want him to pass away in there, and then they let everybody else out. See, that was the main reason we were saying free Larry. Because everybody got locked up with the same amount of time, they let him go. They let him out. The only reason they treated Larry so bad is because he was at Stateville in prison doing all kind of stuff. He was still running the city from the prison. He was all up in the warden's office doing whatever he wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? He had too much power. And because he was challenging Mayor Daley. And when he started challenging Mayor Daley and started talking about growth and development and started talking about us voting, that's when they locked him up. They did not lock him up until he changed the GDs to growth and development. And he started talking against Mayor Daley and the politicians. That's when they locked him up. So like say I do a bunch of stuff bad 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and then 24 months later, I start going against the politicians. They'll go lock me up for the stuff I did 2 years ago and stuff like that. Once he got political, that's when they locked him up. When he changed GD to growth and development. That's when they locked him up. Same for Jeff Ford. Once he come back, say El Rukin, you gotta go. Before that, the government was giving them money. They was hanging out with Nixon. Yeah, they was giving them thousands and thousands of dollars. The government was giving them money. The viceroys too. They gave the viceroys a whole lot of money on the West Side. When the brothers started going into positive, boom. When they start altering the election, they had to go. It was all political. I just think they shouldn't max you out when you're young. There should be an age, at least 28. You need to be 29 and older before they max you out. If you do anything under 29, they can still give you a lot of time, but they should consider your age and give you the opportunity to change. You're too young to max me out. Like them two brothers that they got locked up. Them two brothers for what they did when they was being mistreated. They should have been let them in out. They didn't lock up the people that was mistreating them that they unalived. I think they need to change the law and you automatically get less time if you 28 and under. They should take into consideration you could be reformed because you don't know what you're doing. You could be reformed. You don't know what you're doing. That's what I think. I don't think you should lock nobody up that did something 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, and get him no 200 years. You're only 23 years old. I'm 67 years old. You know how long 23 was? Just be honest. 23? You know how much I didn't know at 23? You green at 23. You green. You don't know nothing about no women. You don't know nothing about nothing, really. Not at no 23. I'ma just keep it real. You ain't even started to have no sense till you get 27, 28. And you still don't be there. You don't be solid until you 40 years old. But you solid enough not to be doing crimes and all that crazy stuff once you over 28. Anything under 28, though, that man shouldn't have been in there all that time for that stuff under 28 years old. Yeah. When you young like that, come on, man. No, come on. You know what I'm saying? They need to change the laws. It's too many people being let out of prison. They said they arrested them wrongfully anyway. In a racist society, all this stuff got to be checked. Because they've been lying and locking up black men and black women for crimes they ain't even do. Now, you can lock me up for a crime I didn't do. I do 15 years and then you let me out, find I'm innocent. But don't nobody got to go to jail for locking me up. And many times they know. Look at all these police that lied and locked me up and made them beat confessions out on stuff. Why they didn't go to prison? Why they didn't have to do the time they made people do? You know how many people went going to prison innocent? One time I was in my car and police pulled me over. And he made me get out. And he searched my car and I look, he threw something on my back seat. He threw a bag on my back seat and picked it up and said, look what I found. I said, you just threw that in there. I seen him, so he didn't try to press the issue. The man tried to plant something in my car. How many times they do that? The man threw something on my back seat. I was looking right now, and they got videos of people recording that still today. There's hundreds of videos of them recording police trying to plant stuff on people. How many brothers going to jail for stuff being planted on? They throw a gun under your seat. They catch my boy down on the west side, get a gun off of him, tell him, just get him 2 more guns, they'll let him go. Then they get them 2 more guns, they go get 3 arrests. They throw it under somebody's seat. And you try and give somebody a whole bunch of time. And so Larry gonna get out probably because they ain't gonna want to keep him in state like that. They ain't gonna want to keep him in state. He too big. They put him in state. They gonna get him out of there. They're like, listen, because his health ain't no good and stuff. So, you know, why would you keep him in there? The 200 years was bogus. It was a bogus charge. A lot of the times, the unalived, the people that be unalive be scumbags. It was either him or you. So if somebody trying to unalive me and I unalive them, how you gonna lock me up like I did something wrong? You know what I'm saying? It's either him or me. What are you talking about? It's not like I just went and found some innocent lady coming out of church. These is criminals going against criminals, dog eat dog. You're going to give me 200 years like dude wasn't a scumbag. Dude was a scumbag. And then they set Larry up. They sent dudes in there wired up and they talking and record everything. They'll send somebody, they'll bust one of the brothers and one of the guys and have him come in there wired up and be saying all kind of stuff to me. And I don't know, and I'm talking. And then he go give it to the police. That's how they got Larry. Dudes coming there talking, snake you out so they could beat the case, like Sammy the Bull. Sammy the Bull, the one did all the unaliving. He walked. Let that sink in. Let's take a break and we finish. Go follow me over on Vegan Intel at Patreon. All right, now let me tell you about the gang culture in Chicago, because a lot of people get that confused. See, in Chicago, when you get in the gang, it's for life. It's not for life because the gang make you be in the gang. Whatever you are, you don't unbecome that. So a lot of people don't understand that gangs do not mean crime. Gangs do not mean banging. So because you are part of a gang, that has nothing to do with how you living. Okay? That has nothing to do with it. So we have guys, they might be a vice lord when they 8, 16, 17. He get a little older. He gets some money, open a car wash. Dude ain't gang banging, but he's still a vice lord. So in Chicago, you still be what you are, but you just ain't active in no type of crimes or nothing like that. If you GD, you GD. If you folk on a hustle, you a folk. But you're not, that don't mean you doing crimes. That don't even mean you active. So you could be a BD and don't ever be around no BDs. And people don't understand that. They think because you associated with a gang that you is always doing whatever. No. If I go, I'm a four corner hustler. If something crazy happens, somebody lie on me or something, and I go to prison, because I ain't finna do I go to prison, but if I end up in there with some nonsense, I'm going to be with the folks. I'm 67. They ain't going to make me do nothing. I ain't going to have to do nothing, but I'm going to be honorary with the guys. I'm still going to be that. There's no requirements like that unless you young and it's a war. Now, if it get to a war, I got to get in the war. I got to get on count. Depending on how serious it get. It might be all hands on deck. But just because you're affiliated with a gang, people don't know that you're not what they call in a gang just because you GD. You just GD. And if you GD, you just GD. And when you go out and you see the other GDs, you don't be doing nothing. You do the same thing everybody do. Maybe y'all like to ride motorcycles. Maybe y'all driving cars. Maybe y'all hanging out at the beach. That's it. But you still, what up, folks? What up, folks? It's still like that. But you're not actively involved in no crimes. And some people think that because you're in the gang, that you're doing crimes. That's not true. That's not true. You could be a black stone forever. If you're a black stone, you're a black stone forever, but that don't mean you active in no crime. Because most black stones ain't doing no crime. Most BDs ain't doing no crime. Gang members is not necessarily doing crimes. That's why they call the ones crazy gang bangers. They bang. Everybody don't bang. All Crips don't bang. All Bloods don't bang. That's not how it goes. So they're giving people the wrong impression of a gang. You 30 years old, you're beating, you ain't got to go to no meetings, you ain't got to do all that, you ain't got to do nothing. You can move and get married and move to Wisconsin for 4 years. And when you go back to the hood and they see that, like, what up, folks? Where you been, folks? You know what I'm saying? You still folks, but you know what I'm saying? You don't got to do nothing. That's all false. You don't have to do anything. You just that. You understand? There's laws and literature into that stuff that I can't talk about over here, but it ain't what y'all think it is. The main object of it is in case in a racist society, They throw you in the penitentiary or the jail where blacks used to be outnumbered by the white guards. And the white guards used to do stuff to us. So it's really strong in prison and in jail. It's much stronger in prison and jail than it is on the streets. Ask somebody. Ask somebody. No, I'm a four-corner hustler. All my friends was GDs. They're like, man, Ralph, you bogus, man. How you a foe, man? You been around GDs all the time. I'm like, man, hey, man. No, I'm not. But, you know, by me being a militant, I'm supposed to be in all the gangs, but they wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me. I'm a revolutionary black militant, and they wouldn't let me. I tried to get in all the gangs. They told me, shut up, talk crazy, Pharaoh. Because I tried to get in all the gangs. This Slater. I tried to get in all the gangs. They wouldn't let me. I was going to have all the gang tattoos. I was going to have GD, BD, GD, Blackstone, right? But I was going to have GD, Blackstone. I was trying to get in all of them. They said, man, if I go to penitentiary, they're going to cut that stuff off my arm. But I want to be in all of them, really. I want to be honorary. They won't let me. They won't let me. I think I should be in all of them, though. You know what I'm saying? I think they should let me be in all of them. I don't know why not. Why I can't be in every gang. You know what I'm saying? They told me, you know what I'm saying? There's no gang start nothing. Everybody start their own thing. If you're on the west side, you ain't got nothing to do with what's going on the south side. If you're on the west side and you're a vice lord, you ain't got nothing to do with the south side. Chicago like a country, boy. It's not like a little bitty city. This is big. So if you live on the south side, they ain't got nothing to do with the north side, the east side. Matter of fact, one part of the south side ain't even got nothing to do with the other part of the south side. One part of the west side ain't got nothing to do with the whole west side. That's how big the west side is. The west side's so big, it ain't gonna be no one nothing. That's how big Chicago is. Chicago's huge, y'all. If I took you to the far north side and we drove all the way to the west, down all the way to the southern tip of Chicago, back up and back to the east and back to where we started, it'd probably take us about 2 hours, 2.5 hours to drive around Chicago. Yeah. It's like you going on a vacation. It's big. It's huge. It's huge. Chicago, huge. Okay? If I want to go just buy products and get some T-shirts from the T-shirt place, that's an hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours because I'm in that shop. That's 2 hours, 2.5 hours gone. They ain't even that far. Just a short trip. You're looking at 45 minutes. It's big. It's huge. You know what I'm saying? People can't understand Chicago. It's huge. It's 77 communities. My daddy was a CTA bus driver. He used to say nobody have ever drove every street in Chicago. Whether it's traffic lights or not, it's big. Even if you're on the freeway, it's big. It's big. I put it to you like this. When I come to your city, only one except New York. New York, the only city I go to where it still be complicated. When I go to your city, it's like, it ain't nothing. When I go to Atlanta, you drive, you see, there go downtown, and there go the other side of downtown. It's simple. It's simple. I go to your city, I can drive, I know everything as soon as I get there. I can move around just like this in your city. Your city little. Your city's a little baby. We could put Atlanta on the west side. We could put Atlanta on the north side. And we could put Atlanta on the south side. Ask somebody. We can have 3 Atlantas. Unless you include their suburbs, then now. You know what I'm saying? It's huge. It's big. The only place that's going to confuse me is New York. Because New York got islands. New York ain't no big city. New York is a bunch of small islands connected. You know what I'm saying? The Chicago, huge, gigantic. So everybody, you know, it's whatever's going on over here ain't got nothing to do with going over. You like the South Side. If you're in the wild hundreds, you don't know what's going on 79th. You know what I'm saying? New York ain't big. New York's not big. New York's not big. New York is a bunch of islands connected with bridges. That's why I say I get lost in New York, because New York ain't set up like no city. You know what I'm saying? What's huge? Cali? What you mean Cali? Which city? Like LA? No, it's not. It's all right. You know, it's kind of all right, but it ain't like Chicago. I learned LA before I got there good. Because LA is a bunch of, you got to go to all them suburbs. But the actual LA, like LA downtown, is disgusting. They don't even got no downtown. It's all dirty and stuff. They don't have no downtown. Like, you know what I mean? You know how cities have a big downtown? The LA downtown, you should see it. Miami is small. Yeah, Miami is small. All them cities are small. We could put 3 Miamis here too. They small. Your downtown be like this. They be cute though. Oh, look at this little cute downtown. You know what I'm saying? Our downtown is, we got River North and River South, like 2 downtowns. We got this downtown where all the businesses go. Then we got across the river, we got this downtown where all the shopping and all that. It's huge. You know what I'm saying? Jacksonville, I've been to, Jacksonville, it's got a lot of size, but it ain't nothing there. I'm talking in terms of stuff being there. You can have a lot of land, but ain't nothing there. Jacksonville City, okay, that's a itty bitty city. Y'all got some land, but ain't nothing on it. Like when you go to Arizona, they got a lot of land, but ain't nothing on it but rocks. You know what I'm saying? I kept saying, man, I kept feeling strange because everything was flat. You know what I'm saying? When I was in Arizona, I ain't never just seen all that open space before. I'm like, they need to build something out here. It's just flat and rocks. Where is, you know what I'm saying? It's weird. But I'm just saying this in terms of the gangs and stuff like that. Let's keep this what I'm trying to say. So there's gangs in all these pockets because it's huge and it's houses. It's 77 communities. It's 77 communities. And if you live here your whole life, you was not going to all those communities. My daddy was a CTA bus driver, and he'd tell you, you know, somebody should do that. Somebody should do an experiment and drive to all of the cities and all of the neighborhoods in Chicago. Nobody ever did that before. They should. See all these neighborhoods? You see all these neighborhoods? All these is neighborhoods. $77 of them. All of them is neighborhoods. Big neighborhoods. Not no little, no. The ones that's big is huge. Like number 51, 28, 24, them gigantic, 25. And the other ones, 30, all them is huge. The small ones is big. And the big ones is crazy. That's why they had to expand the freeway. And we got all them freeways. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's gigantic. And see, say like, look at number 51. Say I live in 51, right? So if I live in 51, I know probably what's going on in 50, 48 and stuff like that. I don't know what's going on in all these other ones unless I got a cousin live in one of them. You know what I'm saying? So I got to have a cousin or something that live in one of them. So your boss status, you know what I'm saying? Your boss status is going to be a little limited because, you know what I'm saying? The place is so big. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to show you something. Watch this. Bear with me. Watch this. Now watch this. So this is how your status grow though. And let me see if I can show a good representation so you know what I'm saying. So what happens is, if you're in Chicago, you're going to have a little clout. You know, you're going to have a little clout based on your little part of the city, where you live and stuff like that, right? Right? But check this out. This is why the county jail ain't no good. County jail make you worse. Okay? So I live in Chicago. Chicago is just Chicago. Markham is not Chicago. Harvey is not Chicago. Bridgeport is not Chicago. Right? Chicago is just Chicago. So all them suburbs and stuff is not Chicago. This is Chicago right here. But you see all them spots around it? That's Cook County. Right? So check this out. So now when I went to the county jail, when I went to the county, I knew some people. Most of the people I knew was like on the south side, out in the wild hundreds like that. I knew some people in 87th over there around Oakdale Park. I knew some people in Princeton Park. But the majority of people, now, this is where I'm at. But when I go to the county jail, this map I showed you of Chicago, this map fits inside of here. This is Cook County. Elk Grove, you see at the top, Barrington, Palatine, Wheeling. That's not Chicago. Chicago's the gold part. You see the gold part? That's Chicago. All the rest of this is Cook County. So now when you go to Cook County Jail, Not only are you locked up with everybody from Chicago, you locked up with all these people from the whole county. So when I went to the Cook County Jail for 4 months, when I went in, I was on the south side, Harvey, Maple Park, Morgan Park, like that. When I go to Cook County, now I know everybody. Now you know everybody because the Cook County Jail is like the central nervous system, meaning you locked up with the whole area. So when you locked up from your boy and he lived on the west side over on Madison, he'd be like, they just shot Junie June over in the hood. Yeah, he was beefing with Mickey them. Then dude over on the east, on South Shore, like, oh yeah, bro, they just shot my boy Nicky up. So when you come out the county jail, this is how crime get worse. Because let's say I'm on the south side, and I'm on the south side, and I'm hustling, so I get big. They lock me up in the county jail for 4 months. I come out, I'm like this. I didn't went from this to this to this. Now I'm everywhere. Cause what? I was locked up with dude. So now I can go just about anywhere in Chicago, anywhere in the county, because I'm locked up. You locked up with the whole county. So you just become more powerful, and you locked up with all more criminals. And they're like, Pharaoh, when you get out, get with me, man. I got them things, man, for cheap, man. You know? So it's like, it's not really a good place it's not really reform, to be honest with you. So now I can't even walk down the street when I get out. You know what I'm saying? I thought I was going to chase my new queen off. You know what I'm saying? I meet this sister. She don't need to know all this stuff. I'm walking down the street. You hanging all out the window. Pharaoh, when they let your ass out, nigga? Like that. I'm like, she's like, who is that? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All over, you know everybody, because I wasn't plugged on the west side till I got locked up. I didn't know nobody on the west side. I wasn't on the west side till I got locked up. And when I got out, now I know everybody. Because all you got to know is dude, and then he going to introduce you to everybody. And this is how you blow up. All you got to do is know Marky. Marky stay over in Inglewood. And then when you go over to Marky, hanging out with Marky, he introduce you to True and Bino and all them. And if you keep going visit Marky, now you know all them. Then the music business, because I got rappers, and you're going to get whoever can rap. So when we leave the studio, I go over where Ando at, so all they know me, because they know Ando do music with. What up, Pharaoh? Ando in the crib. I go out to Harvey with Big Lou. They all know me. So when I got between the county jail and rap, because I'm picking up these dudes from these areas, and when you deal with a guy in the area, you become honorary. So if somebody in the gardens and all guards become your boy, and you going over there, nobody gonna bother you because he live over there, and then they seeing you there over time. So you go over there, they be like, what up, Pharaoh? Ando left, man. He told me to tell you, man, he'd be back, man. What you want, Roski? You know what I'm saying? Man, I need to come downstairs, spit some bars, boy. I got bars, Pharaoh. Like that. You know, because, you know what I'm saying? You sitting on the porch while he playing his music for the guys. So that's how you meet more people. And then I'm older. So when you older, that's a whole nother story. Because now all your friends your age know everybody. So when people say, do you know this dude, know that dude? I don't know him, but I know him. I could find him. I can find anybody. I can find anybody because over the whole city, there's the kingpins. And all the kingpins know each other because when the stuff come in, it goes to all the kingpins. So all the kingpins know each other. So if you working under a kingpin, he could find anybody. You're like, man, I'm having problems with a dude, man, over so-and-so. Where? Man, over in Tarrytown. Yeah, for real? Who you having problems with? Man, I'm having problems. Some dude named Bino. He get on the phone and come on, boy. What up, JJ? Hey, man, my boy Pharaoh, man, he over there, man. He saying he having problems with Bino, somebody named Bino. He'd be like, Lil Bino? He's like, yeah. He said, Lil Bino? Yeah, Lil Bino. Oh, man, Lil Bino, that's my boy Jacob. That's Jacob's son, man. Yeah, that's my boy Jacob's son. He be wilding. Hold on. He outside right now. Hold on. Bino, get your ass here. He come in. Hey, man, this my boy called me to my bro Pharaoh came over here. You was tripping. I ain't know Pharaoh. I ain't know he one of the guys, man. Tell him my bad, man. You know, like that. Because the stuff come in, then the distributors distribute to everybody, and all the distributors know each other. Everybody, the top people know everybody. You can find anybody. You know what I'm saying? You understand? You can find anybody. So the county jails in these cities is, if you go to the county jail in Atlanta, you come out, you know everybody in that hole, you know everybody. The county jails is worse than the prisons because the prisons don't give you no power, because especially if you're in the Fed, because when you come out, you know what I'm saying? The reason prison don't give you as much power, because when dudes come into prison, they just in there. So it's a limited amount of dudes in the prison. But in the county jail, they're in and out, in and out. I bond, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. So it's more people than if they just sitting in prison. There's just so many people. But in the county jail, they in and out, in constantly. Dude get locked up. He locked up with you for 5 days. Then he get an I bond, or his case get dropped, or he pay bail. Then some more come. Here's some more come. It's just a revolving door. Jail not a prison, not a revolving door. You locked up like an Akon song. But the county jail, Jesus Christ. See, if you go to Stateville, you just in Stateville. You don't know what the hell going on in Menard. You don't know that. But when you're in the county jail, you know everybody going to Stateville, because when they violate their parole, where they got to come? They go to the county first. They go to the county before they send them back to prison. So you mean all the prisoners, you mean everybody violating their parole, and you mean everybody, innocent people, whatever. You mean everybody, and I mean everybody. It don't help you. It doesn't deter crime is my point. The county jail does not deter crime. It'll make you a worse criminal. Cook County Jail, dudes be trying to go to prison. Dudes rather go to prison than stay in Cook County Jail. They be like, man, I need to cop out, man. I need to get out of here so I can get some movement, Pharaoh. I can't get no movement in here. They can't. They want to go to prison bad. In Chicago, the county jail is considered worse than prison. Ask somebody. Dudes be trying to, that's why they be copping out. Man, I got to get out of here. The county jail is especially if you go in Division 2. If you go in Division 2, you know it's ambulances, 4 ambulance parked on each side of Division 2. That's how much they poking people up over there. That's where all the murder cases and stuff at. You don't want to go over there. Boy, let me tell you, it's way worse being in a building where everybody fighting a murder case. Because when you go to prison, everybody ain't been sentenced for a murder case. But when you come there, all them horrible crimes, violent crimes, they all in one building. You know, anybody in Chicago, tell them, boy, you don't want to go to Division 2, man. This ambulance is parked around it a day and night because that's how many people they got to haul out. Because all the other ones, dudes might be there 3 days, whatever, like I was there 4 months. But in Division 2, they might be fighting the case for 2 years. I never had that feeling to just go to prison quick. No, I never had the feeling to go to prison because I went to school and I was educated. And every time I was in jail, I hadn't done nothing. To go to prison, you gotta say you did something. I ain't never done nothing in my life. I ain't never broke a law. That's why I'm a God. I was real big in the county jail. They're like, boy, that nigga Pharaoh, you ain't never been down all the shit you done did. I ain't did nothing. That's why. I ain't never did nothing, G-Rock. I ain't never did nothing. The couple of cases they found me guilty on, I didn't do that either. I didn't do that. They was lying. I never did nothing. I ain't never did nothing. One time, Brother Ashley said, Pharaoh, you ain't never snitched. I said, no, because I ain't never did nothing. See, when you snitch, you got to tell on yourself first. They're going to come to you and say, Pharaoh, where'd you get the stuff from? You're going to be like, I got it from Gino. You just snitched on yourself. You just admitted you had it. See what I'm saying? You got to know young people. That's why go to school, make something out yourself. Don't do crime because you might not be smart enough. So if they catch me with a pound or something in the trunk, they're going to ask me where I get it from. That's a trick. So they say, where you get it from? I say, get what from? I ain't mad. Shit. Fuck wrong with you? Where you get it from? They said, Pharaoh, tell us where you get it from. I'll let you go. Get what from? That's not mine. That's not mine. I keep telling you that's not mine. That's not mine. Boy, what you mean where I get it from? You trying to get me to confess to a crime? It's not mine. Let me tell you something. Young brothers, listen to me. Let's say they catch me with some stuff in the trunk. I say, it's not mine. It's not mine. It's not mine. It's not mine. They had a case and they say they believe they proved it was mine. They give me 3 years. You know I'm getting out in a few months. You know why? Because they still always go by your testimony. And when they consider to let you go, they look and you always said it wasn't yours. They're going to let you go home. It's always, you always said you was innocent. So they really ain't got they don't really got you. So you're gonna walk, but once you confess, they got you. No, you just said it was yours. Go sit your ass down. But when I go up, I can go up for an early release and be like, I need to get out. They say, well, based on what means? It wasn't mine. They're gonna look at my case. Well, you did say it wasn't yours. Okay, we'll try to work something out. Yeah, it ain't mine. I ain't never did no crimes. Every crime they charged me for, they was lying. I ain't never did nothing. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Boy, if you ain't on that, stay out the streets. I ain't in the streets no more. Boy, I was in the streets, I never did nothing. I wasn't really in the streets. They tried to say I was in the streets. You know what I'm saying? That's my story. I ain't never did nothing. I haven't done anything. What you mean? What you talking about? What you mean where I get what from? I didn't know that was there. You pulled that out. Where did you get it from? Because it ain't mine. One time I told the police that. He said, so who'd you get it from? I'm like, who did you get it from? Because that's not mine. Well, just, okay, I won't talk to my lawyer. I'll talk to my lawyer. I'll talk to my lawyer. I want to talk to you. Don't shut up. Brother, shut up. Don't talk to them. If you talk to them, say you innocent. Then shut up. The only thing you can say to them is, I didn't do it. That's what you say. That's all you say. It's not mine. I didn't do it. Then shut up. Because anything said can and will be held against you in the court of law. You understand? So I'm glad to see Larry get out the Fed joint where he'll be able to have some movement. He'll be able to go out to rec probably. He'll be able to eat a little bit better. He'll be able to finally be able to visit him, because when they put you in the Fed joint, what they do is make you miserable, because now your mama's in Cincinnati and they'll lock you all the way up in Arizona. They'll keep you in Arizona for 14 months. Then they'll send you to Pennsylvania. And they keep bouncing around so your family can't see you. But if he right here, his son going to go see him all the time until they get him out. And they're going to get him out. They're going to let him out because they didn't let all the guys go. So they ain't got no precedent to keep him because they didn't let everybody go. Everybody got arrested with him. Everybody got them same cases. They all let them all go. They all outside. They're going to let him outside. That's why some people's happy that he get let out the Fed. They're not going to make him do no tour. They're going to let him go. He denounced the GD, so he good. That man got locked up at 23 years old. He ain't doing no GD stuff. He's 70. That was a lifetime ago. They should have been let him out. You say, how it go if it's three of us in the car? It's not going to be three of us in the car. It ain't going to be no three of us in no car, G-Rock. It ain't going to be no three in the car. Me, I'm solo. There's no y'all. I don't got no y'all. The only y'all I got is the young brothers I was rapping with that was rapping with the label. But in the streets, I didn't have no y'all. It was just me. I ain't never had no y'all. I ain't never had no y'all. My crew, I was the only person that talked in my crew anyway. So ain't nobody gonna talk because I was the only person in my crew that could talk. I was the only person in my crew that could talk. It was three people in my crew, me, my beeper, and my gun. Now, the beeper and the gun don't talk. That was my crew. It was me and two chicks. That thing and my other chick, she let me know, Pharaoh, somebody calling you. And the other one like, Pharaoh, somebody get out of line. I'm going to take care of it, boo. You know what I'm saying? I never hung out. I don't hang out with dudes. See, I don't hang out with dudes, period. The last time I hang out with dudes was when I was young playing baseball and stuff like that. I don't hang out. Period. If you come to Chicago, you see me, you're going to see me by myself. You ain't going to see me with nobody. I don't hang out with dudes at all. I'll visit relatives, but as far as streets, ain't nobody going to be in my car but me. If I go to get something from my man, he know come by himself. If somebody finna deliver me something and I'm sitting there and I see him pull up, he got somebody in the car, I'm driving off. He gonna call me like, why you leave, man? I just got there. I was like, oh, I didn't see you. I ain't see you, man. I gotta meet you the day after tomorrow. I gotta see you tomorrow. When he called me tomorrow, he's like, so can we meet today? I'm like, man, come by yourself, man. Plus, I don't answer the phone, G-Rock. You know, like if I get a package from somebody, and then a week later they want to call me and say, I got some more stuff in, I don't answer my phone. I don't answer my phone. I don't answer my phone until I'm ready. And I teach them, don't say nothing. I already know what you're calling me for. I teach them how they got to act on my phone. When you call me, don't say nothing. We already know what you want. Why is you doing all this? I got that stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Bro, I already know. All you got to do is call me and say, hey, man, meet me. We going bowling. I already know what we doing, bro. How many times you going to keep saying what we be doing the same thing every time while you talking? And I'm not answering my phone till I'm ready. I'm not answering my motherfucking phone. I'm not answering my phone. Don't call me. Because I would get a whole bunch of stuff and then they don't see me for 2 months. I get a whole bunch of stuff and break it down to the small denominator and I'm just getting it. I'm not finna run out. Next time you see me, I got a new truck or a new car. You know what I'm saying? The mistake they do is any crew, any group. You in it to make money or you in it to hang out? I'm not trying to hang out. Period. With nobody. Not with the foes, not with the GDs, not with the crew. None of them. I'm not hanging out. I'm trying to get money. When I get off work, I go home and hang out with my queen. That's who I be with. I be with a woman. Boom. 3 chicks. So every time I went home, I was with my 3 ladies. My wife, my gun, and my beeper. I had me 3 bitches. I had a queen and 2 bitches, really. Yeah, I had a queen and 2 bitches. That's all I hung out with. I didn't never hung out. Anybody tell you. I'm not going to no parties. I'm not going to no hangouts. I'm not standing around getting on camera. None of that. I'm not hanging out. I'm in it to make money. I got my customers. Drop the shit off. Let me go work. Even if it's legal, illegal. If you ain't doing nothing, I'll never fuck with you. If you could be a roster. I'm not coming standing around you talking roster shit. Fuck that. What we doing? We try to make some money? I'll come and make some money. But I'm not coming standing around you with the fucking jibber jabber. I like pussy. I don't like dudes. If I'm going to talk jibber jabber, I stay on with my queen and the children. And we can jibber jabber all day. I don't do no socialize. I'm a businessman. If you're talking business, let's talk. You ain't talking business? See you. Because I'm sick of the black man. All he want to do is jibber jabber. I ain't with that. I ain't want to philosophize. I know y'all be like, why you don't want to listen to nobody up here? Because I don't listen to nobody nowhere anyway. I don't be listening. Nobody's on my phone. Nobody's talking to me because I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your fucking philosophy. You know what I'm saying? Period. If you want to hear mine, you get to log in. I'm not going to come to your house and tell you none of this. I'm on my own platform talking and you log in to hear me. I'm not finna call you and tell you nothing. I got children. I raised 6 children. I got queens. I had stuff to do. I don't do no socializing because it don't pay. Socializing is for losers. Socializing is for losers. When I be around them Italians and them, they socializing is business. They socialize for money. We the only ones want to get in and want to stunt information, and want to ask you some questions, argue with you, and you sit up here arguing with this brother, you ain't made a dime. And every second you're on the clock. Oh, yeah, you're on the clock. You do know that, right? You do know that, right? Let me give you an example. Let's say you're living in a small city somewhere. Your rent $1,200 a month. 30 days in that month. 1,200 divided by 30. That's $40 a day. 40 divided by 24. Okay, that's $1.50 every hour. So every hour, that's $1.50, $1.50, $1.50. That's just for your rent or your mortgage. When you add your car note, you add your internet, you add your phone, every hour, $5. $5 every hour. Five. Even when you sleep. $5. You done went to sleep, $5 though. $5. Tell me I'm lying. Do the math. You sleep, but the system still charging you $5. They charging you $5. You still paying that mortgage. You still paying that electric bill. You still paying that gas bill. You still paying that car insurance. You still paying that phone bill, whether you sleep or not. Do the math. Tell me I'm lying. All of us on the clock right now. Tell me you ain't on the clock. You see these lights on, right? You see this internet on. You know how much Comcast charging me? All right, then. You see this phone on, right? How much they charging me? I got a car, I got car insurance on it. How much they charging me? And if you got a business bank account, they taking money out of that. So that business better be putting enough money in there where you ain't just paying. You're on the clock. So while you chattering, you losing money. So that's why I know you like, but dang, why you don't want to debate no brothers and hear their point of view? I don't want to hear shit you got to say. If you ain't trying to get with me and make some money, you're a buster. I don't want to hear from no busters. They ain't trying to get no money, but want to argue about nonsense. Want me to try to prove something to your monkey ass. I'm not trying to prove shit to you. You know what I'm saying? You understand? I'm not trying to prove nothing to nobody. I don't got time to prove nothing to you. When I come over here and do my live, I want to drop my point of view. I'm not finna stop dropping my point of view to argue with you. You got to pay me to debate me. Now, if you want to put some money up, I'll debate you for some money, but I'm not debating none of y'all for free. Time is money. You're going to spend all your time, all that debating, and then what you going to have at the end of the week? Nothing. I'm not doing all that stuff. I don't do no hanging out. I hate hanging out. I hate hanging out because that's all the black man do is hang out. He don't own nothing. He don't run nothing. I don't know how you just hang out and ain't own nothing. The Arabs hang out at the gas station where they take your money at. The Chinese hang out at the Chinese restaurant where they take your money at. The people on McDonald's hang out at the McDonald's corporation, at the McDonald's plant where they making that stuff. They all hang out where they taking your money. You the only one hang out and ain't making no money. You just hanging out, running your mouth. And you want to debate me, but when I ask you, hey man, let's get together, open a restaurant, now you back a dumbass. So if you're a dumbass when it's time to open a restaurant, stop trying to debate me. Because you's a dummy. You ain't trying to get no money. So even when I'm hustling, I don't want to sit around all them hustling, jaw jacking and showing off your cards and all that. They don't pay. I got to go get my money. I'm trying to go see my customers. I ain't trying to see y'all. I got to go and get this bag. If I hang out, I only hang out with women and my children and my grandchildren. Or my mama and daddy if they was alive. I don't hang out with no busters. Even when I was a young roster, I didn't hang out with Rastas. I would see them, but I didn't hang out with them. Facts. Anybody will tell you that. Let me tell y'all a story. I was a vendor, right? So as a vendor, I got to get all my merchandise ready and everything, and then I got to go to the show, right? And when I go to the show, I got to get there before they let the people in. And then when they let the people in, they're going to start opening the gates at 11, and by 11 at night, it's over. So if I don't spend my 12 hours to chase this bag, I ain't going to get no money, right? So real talk, I would go out to the shows, right? And set up my booth. Get there early in the morning, set up my booth. See, I'm taking a picture, see Tabby Diamond from the Mighty Diamond, see my booth behind them. Now, they was just out there passing through. As soon as that picture was over, guess where I was at? You think they was behind that booth? No, they was gone. And I was back getting my money. So what would happen is, I'm out here by myself, me and my queen hustling. Ain't no rosters asked me to come so we can do 2 or 3 concerts or nothing, because it'd be like 3 concerts, I got to pick one. If I had a crew of rosters want to work, we could have hit all 3 concerts. No. What someone would do is see me out there and walk around and come behind the back of my booth and try to sit back under there. Try to sit at my booth while I'm working, trying to turn my booth into a hangout. I used to have to tell them, bro, you got to get from back here. Yeah, you got to go. Because I got a chair for me and my queen. You come and sit down in the chair. We need to sit down and rest. We standing up for hours. Bro, this ain't the hangout. You don't want to come behind the booth and sell nothing. You want to come and hang out. You don't want to, man, listen. When I was in California, it's like the reggae shows was going like this. It's 2 bands in San Diego. It's 2 bands in San Francisco. It's a band in California. They up and down. So I used to have to pick, do I go to the Steel Post show in San Diego or do I go to this show here? If I would have had a bunch of rosters that shut up and want to work, we could have caught all them shows. So say I sell 15, he sell 2,000, and he sell 15, right? So that's 15, 50, that's 3 and 2, that's 5. We could have took the 5 and split it 3 ways. That way, if you go to a show and you only make 1,200, and I go to a show and I make 1,800, right? Then we put that together. That's 2. We both made it, we both made 2,000. I mean, yeah, we both made whatever we added together. We both made that way nobody lose. So I tried to put a group together like that. Like, listen, we go to all these shows and we just put the money in the bank, because you might go to a show and rain out. So if I'm gonna split up with a roster, say you go to this show, I go to that show, one of them might make more money. So it ain't fair to him and his queen to go to the one gonna make less money, and I go to the one to make more money. But if I'm going to the one that's making 26 and you going to the one making 14, I'd rather have the 26 and the 14, that's 4,000, and we split 2 and 2. Because some days you gonna get the most, because other than that, we lose the money. We either gonna get the 14 or the 22, but this way we getting it all. You understand? This way we getting it all. You put 3 crews together like that, we getting it. Now I was trying to get to the point, there's 2 rosters, 2 male rosters, right? And the 6 queens stay at the spot, because the packages got to keep coming in. So if I'm a sellout of a Bob Marley t-shirt, right? Our biggest shirt's gonna sell out. So in order for it not to run out, and we got a show coming up this Saturday, I got a package coming in now, and then I got a package coming in Friday. Because if I wait till the weekend and they don't got it, I'm gonna lose money that next weekend. So I got the packages coming in a week and a half before the show. They got to keep coming in, because the best shirts, if you wait till you sell out and call them, they're going to be like, we all out. So I got to order ahead of time. So the queens stand there. So products always coming in. Their job is to constantly have products come in. Our job is to go and grab the money all over California. Couldn't get nobody to do it. Then I come to Chicago. When I come to Chicago, they got the reggae. They got the wild hair. They got the a Cubby Bear. And they got Club Dread. All right there on Clark. I tell the Rastas again, let's get Rastafari Cab Company. And let's get some red, gold, and green cabs. Let's have the little player there where we could play concerts. We could play reggae music in the car. And let's get money. Nobody wanted to do it. Because I used to have like a little thing like this. And I had a VCR. And I would have the VCR under my booth. And I would have the cord go to a little thing like this. It was a screen. And I would record reggae shows. So I had the reggae shows playing and the music loud. So when you go to my table, this be sitting on the table. It'd be Dennis Brown or somebody on there performing. Now you don't see it because it's not real big. But while you look, you're like, oh, you just hear the music. But I actually got the video. And I would have that on my table. I'm saying we could have that in the cab. We had red, gold, and green cabs. We go down there where the reggae shows at. Everybody gonna want to get in the roster cab. Nobody want to do it. That's why I like hanging out with brothers. I don't be want to debate or nothing because you just all talk. I don't want to hear your debate. That's why I don't want to debate. Because you want to debate because it ain't no serious something. But when it's something serious, now you're a dumbass. But when you want to challenge me on my philosophy, now your mouth running. But now when I'm trying to talk to you about getting something done, now you're a dummy. So if you're a dummy Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you're a dummy Saturday and Sunday. Don't talk to me. I don't want to debate you. Because that's all you want to do is debate. You don't want to work. And I can't work with you because we try to start something. You ain't going to want to work. You're going to want to debate. You're gonna want to debate. So that's why I don't want to talk to. I don't want to do none of that. I don't want to do none of that because I'm tired of being a black man and going around these Arabs and Chinese and all these Polish dudes and all these Croatians and all these Italians, seeing them work together and get around the black man. He a goofy. He can't do nothing. He ain't building no carpentry companies. He ain't building no roofing companies, no plumbing companies, nothing. No heating and cooling, nothing. When you get around the black man, all he want to do is argue and challenge you on your philosophies. I can't even come over here live. 2 seconds, here they come. Especially on the internet. Because if I was outside talking and you interrupt me, it'd be ugly. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking to people. It ain't just trade. Trades ain't important. Working together is important. Trade ain't nothing. Trade ain't no good if you ain't doing the trade together. Ain't nothing no good, JoJo, if you don't work together. Trade is trash. If you got a trade and you doing plumbing and it's you, but the white dude doing plumbing and it's 8 of them, you ain't gonna get no jobs because it's 8 of them. It's just you. You know what I'm saying? That's all the black man want to do. All he want to do is challenge another brother when he really ain't on nothing. My live stream show it all the time. A brother come over and challenge me. Where your live stream? Where your live stream? Why you ain't working like me? How you gonna challenge me when I'm 67? I'm finna be 68. I'm dogging you on the live stream. You a young motherfucker, and I'm killing the. And you young and you ain't doing nothing. You ain't got nothing. You ain't got no motion on social media, and you want to argue with me? And you a buster? You ain't got no motion. All y'all need that. Why y'all ain't got no motion? Well, if you don't know that, how you going to debate me? That's my point. If you don't work together, you cannot compete, period. Don't matter what he is. If you don't work together, Dieta, You cannot compete. The black woman, she don't work with the black woman. She go to work. She a nurse. She working at a nursing home. And the Filipino women in there running everything, and African women. They in there working together. They in there getting that money out of there. She in there by herself. Everything we do. That's why we still behind. We still way behind. It's 2025. We still way behind. You at your house. Boom. You go in the basement, the drain got stopped up. Water running over. You got to go call a plumber. Ain't a black plumber nowhere. You got to call some white dudes. It ain't a black plumber nowhere. Boom, it's summertime. You just bought a new house. You want to get your grass cut. You looking for a lawn service to cut your grass once a week. Ain't a black one nowhere. Look, when I first started going live, I was talking about RBGG. My daddy, I was there taking care of my daddy, and on the block, all the Mexicans was doing the grasses. I'm like, man, I don't want to pay no Mexican. I want to play a black man. Sure enough, I'm driving one day. I see a brother with the RBGG colors on his van, and it say lawn service. Make a U-turn and go say, bro, you do lawn service? He's like, yeah, I want you to do my grass. A black man. Say, cool. I give him the address. He come. Boom, he do the grass. I said, I want you to do it every week. So you going to be here next Tuesday? He said, yeah, next Tuesday. Boom, he don't show up. He don't show up. I call him. He don't call back. After a while, I talked to him. He said, our brother son came up. I'll come Thursday. Thursday come. He don't show up. He don't show up. Now, Miss Johnson got the Mexicans doing hers. So Miss Johnson, my older neighbor that was, somebody I respect when I was a little boy. Now, I still Miss Johnson. So she said, when you going to get that grass done, Michael? I said, I got some black dude going to do my grass. She like, he ain't going to do it right. He ain't going to do it right. So I'm like, is she negative? She hiring the Mexican. Sure enough. Miss Johnson, one line. This nigga got all this red, gold, black, and green on the truck and never showed up to do the job. I had to fire him. He cut the grass one time and didn't show up. The Mexicans on the block on time every day. They hit the block, they hit the grass, and they gone. They don't do no talking, nothing. They on a schedule to get the bread. They pull up, they just start rolling that stuff off of there, cut this grass, that grass, that grass, that grass, that grass, that, they gone. They on another block. That gone. By the time it get time for the sun to go down, they didn't, boom. Now they working so fast, other neighbors say, could you do mine too? Can you do mine too? Now they bring their cousins and stuff in. They bring more people in. They take over. They don't talk to each other. The Mexicans don't be talking. They do not talk to each other. When they say something, who did you did? That means bring me the weed whacker. That's it. Hire a black dude. As soon as he kind of start talking, man, you watch the game, you're fired. Get out, bro. Get out. I don't want you working for me. I don't want you working for me. Get out. Get out. Yeah, they had a weed whacker. They have everything. They do all of that. It ain't no joke. They come and they trim. They got the thing to trim so the grass don't grow on the sidewalk and all that. They do it 100% job. They do it like that. Man, they don't be at a house no longer than 15 or 20 minutes. I swear to God. Front and backyard, done. They there and they gone like. Whew. They roll that thing off of there. Back. And they gone. Blow the grass off, clean it, and they gone as fast as possible. They don't say a word to each other. They don't say nothing to each other. They just be working. They be quiet. They come, they knock the job out, they gone. They build up their money. While they're in the neighborhood, they looking at houses. Next thing you know, one Mexican got this house in that black neighborhood. The other Mexican got this one. Next thing you go back 15 years later, the Mexicans then bought your neighborhood from you. I lived in L.A. and next door was a house. And it was a van. It was like a van and a big old truck. And it was like 12, 14 Mexicans lived in the house. Used like a used pickup truck and a used big old van, something like that. Like 14 of them. In no time, I seen the newer truck. It was still used, but it was nice another one. Then I seen a newer van. Man, after so many months, half of them moved out. So now it's 7, and 7 somewhere else. And I'm telling you, within a few years, they all had their own stuff, brought in some more people, did the same thing. They'll move into a house and they'll pay the mortgage off in 7 years instead of 30 years. Then they'll take all the equity off of that house and get another one. And they'll all pay that. And they'll all pay that until they're going to own everything. That's why Trump putting them out. That's the real reason Trump putting them out. Because they competition to the European. They competition. They won't be able to gentrify the blocks if the Mexicans get in there because the Mexicans own that. So they want to get them out of here. The Venezuelans, the Mexicans, them people, they don't want them over here because they work together. They're like black people because we some suckers. Yeah, we some suckers. We ain't on nothing. We can't even do crime together, right? We can't do nothing together. Everything with the black man is competition. I wasn't over here 3 minutes for brothers wanted to start arguing with me. They had no respect. Soon as I come and do my live, you got brothers, all they want to do, before I go live, before I say anything, the only thing on their mind is challenging me. It's a sickness. Because I know y'all be wondering, why I don't be wanting to hear no point of views? Because it don't really be a legitimate point of view. It's just challenging a brother. It's somebody challenging me that ain't going to even do what I'm doing. It's somebody that ain't got no type of conversation. They only want to have a conversation to interrupt me. Once they're not on here, they're not saying nothing. What make you think I want to debate somebody that don't debate? That in real life you don't say nothing. You only fronting because it's me. You ain't on nothing. You don't even honor nothing you saying. All you want to do, if I say go left, you want to say go right. Period. If I say go right, you want to say go left. These are all facts. I've been out here. I used to be, when I was young, I used to fall for it. And I would be debating a brother. And I'm saying go right. And he said go left. And I said go right because this and that and that. And he said go left. I said go right because this and that and that. He said go left. I said go right, this and that and that. And then a week later, I walk up behind him. He in the crowd saying go right. And stealing all my stuff and saying go right. But the whole time he talked to me, he was saying go left. And I walk up behind him, he got my whole philosophy. So he's just fraud. The man take your whole philosophy, argue with you the whole time, know you're right, and take your philosophy and then start kicking that. So how could you work with a black man like that ain't going to be honest when you say this is the best way to do this, and he know it's the best way, but he going to say, no, I think we should do it like this. And he know what you're saying, this is the way to do it. And he not going to do nothing. And then when he walk away, you're going to still be doing it, and he's going to be digging in his ass somewhere. He ain't going to do nothing. That's why we behind, because the black man, it ain't just women. The black man is a buster. He don't got no rank and file. He don't got no military mind state. He not qualified to be no general because you got to be a private. You got to be a good sergeant. You got to be a good lieutenant to be a good general. You can't just skip the line and be no general. You understand? They ain't trying to steal no light. They ain't trying to steal light. They just argue. They insurgents. You know what I'm saying? They ain't trying to steal. They're not trying to steal. They disruptors. They're not serious about nothing. They just playing. They're just playing. That's why you could go conscious. You can go conscious in 2025. And then you're going to see all this competition in 2025. And if you stay on your square and you look back again 2030, they all gone. They all gone. Because they was just stunting. All them niggas on Sinetta, where they at? They was just stunting. They all gone. Yeah, come on there. You really standing on something. You're going to be standing on that for years. I've been standing on this for years. Dudes that come, they ain't standing on it. They just stunting. They don't believe in nothing they saying. A lot of times they see you working, you got a crowd. He want to cheat and get in the chat. He want to cheat. He want to cut the line. He don't want to build. He want to find a brother that built the audience. Then he want to jump in front of your audience and stunt, knowing he ain't going to even stick with that. That's all they be doing it for. They don't be doing it for no real knowledge. They be lazy. Soon as I'm off here, they ain't going to teach nobody nothing. That's why you be seeing me disrespect brothers like that. Because I've been doing this. I know a fraud when I see one. Because the brother's standing on something and knows something, he ain't trying to get over here and tell me nothing. He's busy kicking his line. The fact you want to argue with me, I already know you ain't shit. Because if you were standing on something, you wouldn't have time to argue with me. You'll be standing on what you're standing on. You ain't going to see Willie D come over here and argue with me because Willie D doing Willie D. You ain't going to see no brother that's doing them going to come and argue with no brother. The only brother want to argue with you is a nigga that ain't doing shit. And if you ain't doing shit when it comes to talking and stuff like that, you ain't going to be about it outside either. You're going to fold outside. You're going to fold. Because you sometime outside, and the same way I'm steady over here, that's how I am outside. I'm steady outside. I'm steady on that. I'm steady. Everything I do, I'm steady. I've had people talk crazy to me. None of them showed up. One time I was talking about gang stuff, and some brother got in and I said, bro, shut up over here. He said, you must not know who I am. I told him, I don't care who you is. You ain't nobody to me. I still ain't seen him. He gonna say, wait till you find out who I know. Right there, I knew he's a buster. He said, wait, you don't know who I know. Bro, let me tell you something. Right then, I knew he was a clown. Like I'm gonna care who you know. Like I'm gonna care. Because if we got beef, the people you with, they're going to be pissed at you when I show up because you're going to be then got them in some sauce. And they're going to be looking at you like you almost got them dead. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, bro, you out here starting like dude just ran up like that, bro. Stop starting stuff with dude. He had to cut us out here butt ass naked. I don't know who you know. You don't even know who I know, fool. You know what I'm saying? Some buster trying to get on the internet, try to be the big gang something. I don't respect gangs like that. I ain't no gangbang. I'm a hustler. I don't care nothing about no gang. I don't give nothing. I don't give a damn about no gang. I grew up, we played the king of the hill. So if you chief, you know, if I was in the gang, you chief. You only chief because I let you be chief. But if you ain't no good chief, I'm going to be chief. You're going to get de-chiefed. That's all. You're going to get de-chiefed. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time for foolishness. You know what I'm saying? That's where Larry and Jeff and all of them, they never took that manpower and did nothing legal. They always took the manpower and did a bunch of illegal stuff. They never took the manpower and did nothing. That's why they went to prison forever. Because they never take the manpower and build. They're always trying to take a shortcut. They're always trying to do something negative. They're always trying to war. They're always trying to beef. They will not take the manpower and get housing, plumbing, landscaping, heating and cooling, air conditioning, electrician, roofing, plumbing. They never take the manpower and do nothing positive with it. They take the manpower and send all the brothers off. And all the brothers end up going to prison. We be sending our own brothers and sisters to prison. That's why when I was in the county jail, they wanted to whoop me all the time. All the time they want to whoop me because I wasn't boo-boo the fool. Wanted to. Why they didn't do it? Yeah, I wanted to. It was haters and stuff in there. Man, there's so many haters in there. Supposed to be OGs. Oh, dope fiend hating. I had one brother, he coming in, he dope sick. I'm giving him candy and stuff because I'm making I got commissary. You broke. Mr. Big 5-Star Universal. How you 5-Star Universal? You broke, dusty, and a dope fiend that needs some candy because you can't get no dope. So I didn't nourish this man to help and give him candy while he in there got the shakes and shit. And then after he kind of get a little clean, he's going to try to be the big man with me. Because I had some stuff coming in and I gave it to my boy. And he was like, he wanted me to give, he trying to play me like I gave it to my boy, like my man was punking me or something. For some little shit. I didn't want that shit. I'm outside getting money. I still have my queen getting money outside. I didn't want this jail money. So I gave it to my boy so he can try to get a lawyer. I'm not trying to sell in. I'm not trying to go to jail in jail. So because I gave it to my boy, he tried to play me like I gave it to dude because I was scared. This type of stuff. So one morning I come out, brush my teeth, and he like, Pharaoh in the penitentiary, I cut him off. I'd be like, you already would be leaking. He like, it's a spot, you right. Shut up, punk, talking to me. He said, in the penitentiary. I said, man, in the penitentiary, you would have already been leaking. Shut up talking to me, dude. Shut up talking to me. What you in here for and what I'm in here for? You in here for bullshit. I'm in here, I'm Big Pharaoh in here. Okay? You in here for petty dope fiend crimes. I'm in here for boss activity. Shut up talking to me, boy. And don't ask me for no more candy, dope fiend. You know what I'm saying? Go sit your ass down. The other one, he was a 5-star too. Snooky ass. Running his mouth. I get out. It's about a year and a half later, 2 years. Me and the guys, we at the Greyhound bus station. We finna go and do a video in California, and I can't drive because I let my queen keep the car. We at the Greyhound station. I see this dude in there trying to pickpocket this white dude. It's Snooky. The same one was talking all that. He was this big dude. So I was like, what up, Snooky? Now he's like, Pharaoh, he a dope fiend. He, And the only reason I didn't go up because I got Shorty in there with me. I ain't finna, send up nothing. We gonna go ahead and do our show. This the same one was fake barking in the goddamn county jail. And I catch his ass at the ground bus station. He wasn't none of that. Somebody, a 5-star Universal. Boy, you a $2 hoe. Get you, boy. I would have beat the brakes off of Snooky in there. You know what I'm saying? You in there trying to steal. Bro, if you don't, yeah, he like, oh, what up, Pharaoh, man? It's good to see you, man. I bet it is good to see me. Yeah, I bet it's real good. I bet it's real good to see me outside. I bet it is. I bet it is. And I got 4 Goonies with me. I wouldn't even put them on you. I got 4 rappers from me. I got a BD with me. I got a GD with me. I got a Viceroy with me. I got a Blackstone with me and a 4-corner hustler. And I'm the CEO of the record label. All I got to do is say sick 'em. But I wouldn't have did that. I would handle that by myself. You know what I'm saying? I would handle by myself. The same dude in that front, he's 5-star Universal. Let me tell you something. Y'all are dope fiends. Y'all dope fiends. All y'all in violation. One time, that's why they always wanted to whip me. One time we in a little room and they got some heroin. They not supposed to be doing none of that. I'm just looking at them crazy because y'all don't do drugs. And so dude passed it to me and my reflex, I knocked it on the ground. You know how hard it is to get that stuff in the country? I knocked it on the ground. I was like, Urgh. They was mad. They was big mad. I knocked it on the ground. Like I told them, man, don't disrespect me like that. Try to make me be no junkies like y'all. Y'all junkies. Y'all can't whoop me, okay? I told them just like that. I beat up all 5 of you junkies. Y'all better go sit down somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all really in violation. Y'all supposed to all catch a pumpkin head. Facts, y'all ain't supposed to. Come on. I know the rules. Shut up talking to me. You shouldn't have passed me that shit. That's why your shit on the ground. So then like a couple weeks later, one of them, he had got high in there. So he was high, nodding on that shit. So I sat next to him. I was like, see, bitch nigga. See, look at you, bitch nigga. See, look what I can do to you right now. It's like in his ear. He's like, I love you, Pharaoh, man. Pharaoh, man, I love you. I know you love me, bitch. You know? Hey, I played for dirty. I played dirty. He was high. I was all his ear. When he came, hypnotizing him. Look at you now. Look at you now. You talking all this shit. Look at you, boy. Look at you. You're not me. You know I can do you right now. You know, like, I love you, Pharaoh, man. I love you. Shut up, man. Shut up. Watch who you playing with out here. Woo, 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 roof. Oh, hell yeah. That's real stories. You think I'm bullshit? Real story. Stop playing me, boy. I ain't in here because I'm no nice guy. Y'all go look at what I'm in here for. Ain't no punks. Yeah, ain't no punks doing. I'm looking at 8 to 40. What you? Boy, ain't no 8 to 40 punks, man. Get y'all goofy ass out of here before y'all get hurt in here. Playing with a real one. And I'm skinny. So I could get beat up. So I'm ugly with it. When you skinny like this, you got to be the demon, boy. You got to be a real headhunter. I ain't big like all that. So I got to go. I got to think and I got to go for sure. You playing. I'm going for soft spots. I'm not trying to punch you in your jaw. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing the type of fighting y'all do. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying all that to say, black man, get yourself together and let's build. Let's do something. You know what I'm saying? Let's build. Because we want to fight, we want to argue and stuff, but we ain't got no stores, no gas stations, nothing to get irritating. So that's why I stay out by myself. So that's why when G-Rod started this by asking me, he said, you know what I'm saying, if I'm in the car with 3 people, I'm not going to be in the car with 3 people. If it's 3 people in my car, it's going to be my wife and the baby or something like that. The only people you're going to see in the car with me is my queen and my children. And my cousin I grew up with like a brother. And my other cousin that's not really my cousin I grew up. That's the only people you're going to see me around, the same people I really be around. I never went and switched up and tried to get with the people that was in the same field I was in. I stayed with my same day ones. I always put my stuff with my woman. My woman always come first. First thing I do is teach her how to shoot and go get her a gun. First thing I do with my woman. First thing I do is take her to the range. Have my cousin take her to the range and get her something she can handle. Period. And you go get your boys. And me and her gonna come outside. Because I got her trained. I have them trained. She gonna get out because she love me. She not gonna let you do nothing to me. She gonna be stronger than your guys. Your guys is funny. They just with you sometimes. I bring somebody with me all the time if I have to. Because I don't got to bring my woman with me because I got two hands. And so for you young brothers, that's why I didn't go to prison, that because I didn't get in beefs. So don't listen to me thinking, oh, I'm Mr. Tough. I'm not Mr. Tough. I'm not around. I don't want y'all to get it misconstrued. I was never Mr. Tough because I was never around. So I never have to be tough. And then they loved me in the county jail. I was a hustler. So I was number one in there. Facts. Anybody tell you on my deck, everybody was happy. Because I don't got no addictions. I'm a real hustler. I had no addiction. So I get my money, I buy 15 packs of roll-ups. Everybody being smoked up day, tobacco by Wednesday. Thursday, I go to the Latin Kings. I get them 10 packs of roll-ups. They got to give me 2 for 1. They got to give me 20. The other 5, I give it to the Finball. They put it in the box for the brother. So the brothers smoking. They're like, Pharaoh! I don't smoke, so I'm the player. Next Thursday, time to go back to the store. The Latin Kings give me 20 packs of roll-ups. I buy 10. Now I got 30 packs. I wait till everybody smoke theirs up. I get a Latin Kings 25 packs. Now they owe me 50. I get a brother's 5. Next Thursday, they give me 50 packs. I go buy another 10. I got 60 packs of roll-ups. My hole under my bed is full of potato chips and stuff. When I left, I told the brothers, y'all go get that stuff. I was everything. I was the food. I was the cigarettes. I was pimping in there. I had prostitutes in there and everything. Because I was getting magazines. And my magazines, them was my prostitutes. And so at night, before we got to go lock up, I was standing at my door. And brothers would sign up to get a magazine because the bad chicks in the magazine. That's when they had all the rap magazines, all the bad chicks. So before we locked up, I would do my pimp stuff, because I like to have fun too. So I would be the pimp at night with the magazines. So they would come up here, let me get a magazine. I get the magazine, I open it to the chick. I said, listen, man, I bring this bitch back the same way I gave this hoe to you, man. Don't you get nothing on my hoe, man. They would be crying. They're like, this nigga crazy. And I would give them the magazine because, brothers be wanting, they ain't got no woman. Don't you wrinkle this bitch either, man. Don't wrinkle up my hoe, man. Bring this bitch back to me the same way I give this hoe, man. You know what I'm saying? And he signed for the magazine. The next brother come up. I get him back. Wait. Let me see. Oh, see, now, listen, man. You see how this bitch look? She better look like that tomorrow, nigga. You know what I'm saying? She better look like that tomorrow. I had all the magazines. What was all the rap magazines? I had all of them. Yeah, I used to rent out the magazines and play. I used to play because we got to do something to have fun. The brothers thought that shit was the funniest shit in the world, but they was happy. Everybody, I had all the new rappers at the Source. What was the magazines back then? I had the Source. I had all the magazines. Because you could get $50 on your commissary every week, and brothers didn't have the money. But my queen was still out there getting my money, so I had 50 to buy. I had all that. So she was putting double XL. I had all of them. And she was putting $50 on my book every time. I come back upstairs with 4 bags. I come up with 4 bags full of potato chips, sodas, and all that. Brothers come to my tip, man, Pharaoh, can I get some of them chips? Hell yeah, I can't. I can't eat all this shit. I tell them I can't eat all this shit. I bought this shit for y'all. Eat this shit. I can't eat all these chips, man. Like, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I ain't finna, you know what I'm saying? I ain't buy this shit for me. I bought this shit for y'all. I bought this shit for y'all. Everybody got chips. Everybody got candy. Whatever I got, everybody got it. In return, they know I didn't eat meat. I was eating egg sandwiches and stuff like that. So when they give out the breakfast in the morning, there's 5 breakfast tray left. They're like, Pharaoh, come on here, man, get these eggs. You know what I'm saying? I had every magazine that was out. I would make them send them to me. I was starting a music label, and I'm locked up. I was locked up 4 months. I got to read. I got to keep up with what's going on. I treat the brothers like brothers. I treat the brothers like military. Like we soldiers, we comrades. We not enemies. We all locked up together. I'm not doing this enemy shit. I squashed the enemy shit. Like we not enemies. I don't care if you BD whatever. Everybody got on beige DOCs. They're like, real shit though. All right, so we're not doing no beefing on this deck. We weren't doing no beefing. We're not doing no beefing on my deck. Let's just get that straight. Everybody gonna get along. We trying to beat our case and go home. Who want to go home? Me, man. All right, you want to catch another case in here beefing with? No, we're not doing that. We already locked up. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing no animosity up in here. Play some checkers, play some cards, play some spades, do some push-ups, do something, but we're not doing no beefing. Period. And these was county dudes, but the penitentiary dudes bagged me up. Because the penitentiary dudes didn't like beefing. Because you always had penitentiary dudes in there that violated their parole. And they finna go back to the penitentiary. So the penitentiary dude like, Pharaoh, tell these niggas, will you? That's the state TV. Why y'all arguing over the state TV? They're like, if y'all come to Peoria or y'all come to prison with that, y'all gonna get did dirty. What you tell them, Pharaoh? I said, I ain't never been to prison, but you probably right. You know what I'm saying? What do we all want to argue when we locked up and these white people locked us up and you want to fight each other in here and still be locked up? Make it make some sense. Man, make that make some sense. We locked up. We the victims. Our neighborhoods is messed up. They grab us and lock us up. And then y'all want to fight each other and we can't get out of here? And even the black guards, the black sheriff, they got them downstairs where we at. And they got the white dudes upstairs on the marble floors of the court. So they have the white sheriffs up in the courtroom in the marble floor drinking coffee. And they have the black sheriffs down in the dungeon. Feel me? Do the black sheriffs dirty. They would come listen to me talking there too. The black sheriffs, they would just stand back and listen to me talk. Because I was telling brothers, y'all better wake up, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all better wake up to the system. Why y'all trying to beat each other up and not beat y'all cases? Y'all need to be trying to beat them cases instead of beat up each other. Y'all some fools. And y'all bogus, because don't none of y'all lit say that. Don't none of they lit say they do it. They not doing what their lit say. I'm telling you that. The BDs, the GDs, the Vice Lords, the Blackstones, the Breeds, none of them is doing, the Foes, none of them is doing what they lit saying. Even out west, the Crips and the Bloods ain't going by their literature. And I got everybody lit. I'm gonna write a book about it when I get through with all these other books. I got that stuff for safety policy, but I got the GDs lit. I got everybody lit. None of they lit. None of they lit say what they doing. All they lit supposed to be black unity, build a community. All the lit. All the lit is build a community. It do not say destroy the community. None of the literature. Facts. The top gang chiefs way up. They are, that's right, Pharaoh. Tell them, Pharaoh. They all out of order. Our lit don't say none of that. He ain't lying. Our lit don't say none of this y'all doing. Our lit say love, peace, whatever. They all say something different, but it's love and peace in it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they under violation. They're not supposed to be beefing in the community. They're supposed to represent the community. The Crips and Bloods was started to fight the Navy boys stuff that was coming back to racists. All these gangs was designed to fight against the prison guards in there that was mistreating us, the police and the racists. Every gang, every black gang was supposed to defend the community. Facts. They supposed to take care of you when you get to prison. They not supposed to violate you. They ain't supposed to be in there messing with them punks, turning brothers out. Where that's in the lit. They are out of order. They are. They out of order. I'm telling you the real. So that's why the system don't like Larry and don't like Jeff Ford. They don't like Malik. They don't like Larry because they was growing up. So what they did is lock them up before they grew up. Oh, they changed it. Lock them up now while they 16, 17, while they 20. Lock them up. Lock them up. Don't let them. You know what I'm saying? So they lock them up. They lock them up. And then all these splinter groups came. They gave all the heads RICO, so nobody want to be the head. So now every neighborhood you go to, every gang is on their own. For real talk. It was systematically done for these gangs to be out here like that. Because the Europeans, they broke the law to get rich and they went legal. So they didn't let you break the law to get rich to go legal. They stopped the black man from doing what they did. All this money was illegal money. All this law was breaking the law. Slavery was breaking the law. Wiping out the Native Americans was taking their land. That's a home invasion. They broke the law to get on top, and then they stopped you from breaking the law to get on top. The whole America was based off of breaking the law, mistreating people, stealing. The whole country. To get the money, then go legitimate. And then when necessary, cheat and lie when you go legitimate. And then stop you from doing it. That's how the country was built. Stop you from doing what they be doing. I'm telling you. To the point they got the brothers blaming the rappers. Think about that. Think about that. You the high-level intelligent brother. The rappers is young shorties don't know nothing. And you saying the rappers is ruining the community. Well, if the rappers is ruining the community, what do that say about you? How you let the rappers be more powerful than you? Make some sense. And then I go to the rap shows. I don't see none of them there. I don't see none of y'all there talking to the shorties. You're just on the internet criticizing the shorties. But you won't go talk to them in their face and tell them what you're going to say on the internet. Or you hate their music, why you don't go tell them, punk? Why I don't never see you backstage? See, all you brothers that keep criticizing the rap, y'all punks. Y'all scary. That's why you sound like a girl. Pharaoh, it's the rap. It's the rappers. I wish they would stop. Go stop them, punk. I thought you was a soldier. You look weak complaining about the rap. I can't stop him. Pharaoh, the white man stronger than me. The white man the one put him up there, and the white man strong. And I'm a pussy. You know what I'm saying? Pharaoh, I can't do nothing. I'm a little bitch. Yeah, I can't do That's why I'm not monetized. Y'all send some money because they ain't gonna never monetize me for telling the truth. They not gonna monetize me. I'm not supposed to say this stuff because it's the truth. You always see brothers, kitty cats, always complain about the music. How you a soldier, you complain about the music and you ain't got no strength to step in with something different. I can't make no different music, Pharaoh, because the rappers is doing everything and the record labels is pushing the rappers. They put money behind them. Why you ain't putting no money behind nothing? Because I'm a little bitch, Pharaoh, you know? The original concept don't make no difference. The original concept don't make no difference. If you ain't getting no money, money make the world go round. Nobody give a fuck about nothing if they ain't got no money. Leonard, none of that shit make no difference. Motherfucker ain't got no money, all bets is off. They cannot fix the gangs if they ain't got no money. They cannot teach the gang shit. They can't go, none of that shit. All that shit's bullshit, Leonard. You can't teach them shit. You can't change them. You need money. If you ain't got no money, ain't no motherfucker gonna listen to you. These shorties not gonna listen to you if you ain't got no money. All that magical shit and all this righteous shit, nobody gonna listen to that. They need money. And the niggas that want to change the rap ain't got no money and they ain't organized. Show me one organized group that want to change the rap. If you, Leonard, if they want to change the rap, wouldn't there be a big 10 or 20,000 men organization want to change the rap? Name them. Name me the black organization that wants to change the rap. Because all I see is FYBJ Maine with a box of whoops. If they saying they want to change the rap, name me the organization want to change the rap. The Nation of Islam ain't doing shit. They ain't doing nothing. They hiding, waiting for Farrakhan to pass away so they can start arguing who the next boss is. They ain't doing nothing. They just talking. That's what I'm saying, Leonard. That's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody gonna listen to you if you can't put no food on their table. If I can go out here and rap some drill rap and get paid, and you telling me stop doing drill rap and you can't get me paid, I'm not fucking listening to you. Said I'm going to get this dollar. I'm gonna go get the shorties doing right. Go get the money. And if the black man can't get his business together to get the money, then why would I listen to him? Come on, they just rapping that because they can pay him. Okay, why you can't pay him? Oh, because I'm a little bitch. That's why I can't pay him. And I ain't standing on nothing. We ain't got no organization. We ain't building nothing. Name me one of these woke conscious group got any business. Name me one. Name me one group of these positive brothers that's building homes or anything. Every time you see a brother building a home, it's just for himself. He just building a home. He just flipping houses. But show me an organization of black men doing something. Because the Nation of Islam ain't even doing shit. Nothing for the community as no group. They ain't got shit. But they mouth. They ain't doing nothing. They barely keeping the nation up. Last Savior's Day, they was in a tent in the backyard. They was in a tent behind the mountain. They couldn't even rent no place to do it. They going broke. They going broke because they ain't did nothing for the community. Ain't nobody want to buy no final call no more. The final call was final already. Nobody gonna give them no money because they ain't doing nothing. They ain't doing nothing. Ain't nobody gonna keep paying for Farrakhan to have houses in Phoenix and all over the place, in Arizona and Chicago. Ain't nobody gonna keep paying for his mansions and his sons and them to have all that shit. Ain't nobody gonna keep paying for y'all to live high on the hog. Ain't nobody gonna pay for them. They ain't doing nothing. They've been over with since the Million Man March. Once no Million Man March money didn't come back, it was over. Everybody support them and went, and we spent all that money for them buses and them planes and all that, and they raised all that money, and it was signed and nothing came back, and you just back on stage talking Bible and Quran, it's over with. It's a wrap. Go sit down. Take the Bible and Quran with you. Bible and Quran can't feed me. I don't want to hear that shit. I need some money. Bills got to be paid. Nobody ain't spending no money with them no more. They done. They might as well fold the Nation of Islam. Go sit down. It's over with. Nation of Islam is finished. Jesse Jackson was none like them. Jesse Jackson had no organization. He was just Jesse Jackson. They were supposed to be the anti-Jesse Jackson. Jesse didn't have no damn mosques all over the place or nothing like that. He just had a little Operation Breadbasket. Fred Cotton, number one, got mosques in all them cities and shit. He was the one. He the one. He was supposed to be the one, not Jesse. Jesse never was supposed to be the one. Jesse and Al worked for the system. He was supposed to be the one to do something. He didn't do nothing. I rode with him till the wheels fall off. I thought he was going to do something. But I should have known better once they did Khalid dirty. I should have known they weaked out. Hold on, let's take a break and we finish. You know what I'm saying? Now, they'll threaten me or something like that. Make sure y'all go and subscribe to Pharaoh Said That Live. This kind of stuff I got put with. Now, he said gangs is finished too. How you going to compare gangs to the Nation of Islam? That's crazy. How you gonna bring up gangs in the same sentence as Mr. Lewis for a combination? What? Just saying anything. Like, bro, gangs ain't big like that. Gangs is a bunch of small stuff. Gangs ain't like the Nation of Islam, bro. Gangs is a bunch of small. Gangs is never finished, bro. Gangs is gonna be here forever. Especially if you don't fix if the Nation of Islam don't put no money, they responsible for the gangs. They the ones not providing a way for the brothers to get out the gangs. Gangs is gonna be here because you got a justice system that's gonna lock you up and make it now you can't get no job in a white justice system. So you're gonna have to gang bang. You're gonna have to do crime. Gangs ain't finished. Where you live at? Where you live at, Viral? Gangs is finished. Bro, where you live? How you gonna get rid of gangs and have prisons? The only way you can say gangs is finished, prisons will have to be finished. You do know prisons is the stronghold for gangs, right? Or you just saying, just talking? Gangs ain't finished in his area. Let him go to prison. Where you live at? Get locked up and go to prison in your state. And you're going to see white gangs, Mexican gangs, and black gangs in the prison. Gangs. How you going to have prisons and no gangs? See, that's what happened when you get to trying to compare. He trying to compare, he probably mad because I'm saying they finished. So he's like, well, the gangs is finished too. No, the gangs and the Nation of Islam is two different things, bro. The Nation of Islam scared of gangs. The gangs will do the Nation of Islam dirty. The Nation of Islam can't beef with the GDs or the BDs or the Blackstone or the Four Corners or nothing. They'll get wiped out. The Nation of Islam can't beef with the gangs. They'll get dogged. They can't beef with the Crips or the Bloods. They not that. They got no say-so in the hood like that. Nobody listen to them. They ain't nobody. But the gangs ain't in that category, bro. Don't be mixing stuff up. They don't be, you trying to mix everything together. No, the gangs ain't never going nowhere unless you fix this country. The gangs is bigger than ever. Look, y'all, let me show you something. I'm going to show you why he said that. Let's say I'm a four-corner hustler, and let's say we body snatchers. Because you got to understand, it's going to be different types of four-corner hustlers. This is what people understand. So let's just take the four-corner hustlers. It's not just four-corner hustlers. It's different sects of four-corner hustlers, right? So if we body snatchers, I'm on the west side. We running operations, right? Right? Boom. They do a sting, they come raid us. They arrest 35 four-corner hustlers. So they come on New and say, the four-corner hustlers got raided. So a civilian think that mean the foes. No, that just mean this little group of foes got raided. So people think when they say the foes got raided that they came down on the gang. No, they came down on a crew. They came down on a small crew of foes. You understand? They did not get the foes because they don't even know where the foes is at. They don't know where the GDs is at, but they'll know a little operation. But that's not the gang. That's just a little set, and that's just a part of that set. They ain't even get all of them. So when you be seeing these raids, that's not the gang. That's a small crew that represent that gang. That's a small, minute number. You understand? That's why Trump talking about deporting people stuff, because guess what? They don't got nowhere to lock up the gangs. Where they gonna lock? They ain't got enough room. So I know what he's trying to say, but I'm trying to let him know, as long as it's jails and penitentiary, it's gangs. And if you got a guy and he's in the jail and he's a gang, he's in prison, he's a gang, when he get out, he a gang. So every day they're releasing gangs out of prison by the thousands, by the millions. The Nation of Islam is an organization, 5013 and all that. Gangs ain't. You can't stop gangs because gangs ain't organized. Gangs is just gangs. The Nation of Islam got a file and stuff to know who. Gangs don't no GD know all the GDs. Like I'm a foe. I do not know I do not know the foes. That's how big gangs is. Gang members don't know who's a gang. That's why you have tattoos. That's why we throw up. That's why you got to throw up the rakes so he know you a GD. If you don't throw up the rakes, he don't know you know GD. They can't get rid of the gangs. They can't get rid of the crime because they ain't got nothing to replace it with. They gotta let you eat. The only way they can get rid of crime and stuff, they gotta come up with some money. And they ain't got no enough money for everybody. The police is no match for crime. Never have been. It's just a few police, comparatively speaking. Police cannot stop crime. They can just stop you from a certain group from getting out of line, but they can't stop crime. Like in Chicago, a lot of police is gang members. A lot of police is GDs, Latin Kings. The police is gang members. A lot of police is gang members. Or related to the gang members. So let's say my cousin that I raised, I remember he was born. He a sheriff. He retired now. I'm just going to use it for example because he ain't doing nothing. My cousin is sheriff. He was working in the county jail. When I went to county jail locked up, you think he was going to do? He was going to bring me all kind of shit. Because people understand that everybody's related like to everybody. So police officers got relatives as gang members. But the gangs ain't going, the gangs are not done because the gangs are not structured and organized. The gangs is not organized. And the gangs don't really represent corruption. The gangs represent the community. The gangs don't represent corruption. Niggas ain't getting in the gang. They're not getting in the gang to get in the gang. The gang right there. See, they're not telling y'all. You grew up, you in Harvard, you outside. Everybody a Mo already. Everybody already a Mo. So it's not like, oh, recruit you to be a Mo. Everybody a Mo. So black people don't understand the gangs. That's like tribes in Africa. I remember being in O-Block and my window was open and some little boys like kindergarten, first grade, second grade, they was walking to school. And a little boy said, my mama just got me these new shoes or something. And they said, no, she did. And you know what the little boy said? On King David, my mama got me them shoes. On BD, my mama got me those shoes. He was like in first grade. he said on BD. Because when they outside, the boys on the court, everybody saying on BD, on BD, on BD. So the little kid's gonna say what? On BD. You don't gotta recruit them. So they don't teach y'all about gangs. They make you think you gotta join the gang. No. You be in the gang already if you grew up over there. You already that. If you grow up over there, you that already. They've been calling you folks since first grade. Where we going, folks? What we gonna do, folks? Everybody say folks, 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 folks. So everybody just folks. Yeah, that's what I do. You're like, when'd you get in the gang? You're like, well, you know, my brother was in it. He didn't ever get in the gang. They got y'all thinking you joined the gang. Some people do, but you born in the gang. When did the government infiltrate the street gangs? The government ain't never infiltrated the street gangs. The government do not infiltrate street gangs. The government infiltrate crews when you're doing something illegal. It's impossible to infiltrate street gangs because they're not organized, more power. They're not organized. The Crips are not organized. They just Crips. You see what I'm saying, more power? They got y'all thinking that the gangs are not organized. You see what I'm saying? They just can infiltrate a crew. If we start selling a lot of powder, then they infiltrate us, right? And then when they bust us, more power, they get on news and say, we busted some four corner hustlers. But they didn't bust the four corner hustlers. They busted us, and we just happened to be four corner hustlers. But they busted us over here on 34th, between 34th and 37th. But it's foes over there, over there, over there, over there. So they ain't busting the foes. So if you listen more power when they bust them, they'll say, we busted, it was a police raid on the four corner hustle or something. The mop four corner hustlers. They let you know it's the mop. It's not the doo-wop four corner hustlers. These folks call themselves mop and stuff because the little crews call themselves something. They ain't just GDs. They're like, we mad dogs. This will be like, we Ghostbuster GDs. This type of GDs. They're not just GDs. Like me, I'm not a four corner hustler. I'm a body snatcher. It's a specific kind of foe. It's not just foes. I'm just telling y'all for knowledge sake. I'm not bragging on this. That's why I keep telling YouTube, I'm not bragging. I'm trying to teach them. I'm not trying to promote nothing. I'm trying to give them the knowledge. That's why they need to leave me alone. Let me do what I'm doing. I'm doing good work. People don't know this. I'm not just a folk on us. I'm a body snatcher. I'm a particular type of folk on us. We body snatchers. We not the it's a lot of foes. And we got P's. We under our P, like our prince. You got the P. This your P, that's his P, like that. So in certain cases, foes will shoot me if the body snatchers is beefing with the other foes. See what I'm saying? Then it go down. You ain't just a GD. You might be a maniac GD. You might be an insane, right? Y'all watch Big Homie CC? They're a specific type of GD. They ain't just GDs. See, a lot of people don't understand that. It ain't just Crips. Y'all know how many different type of Crips it is? It's Crips that wear dark blue. It's Crips that wear light blue. It's Crips that wear teal. Then they wear different type of sports hats. It's a lot of different Crips. Rolling 60s is rolling 60s. They not them other Crips. But a civilian think they just Crips. No, they're not just Crips. No, it's a lot of Crips, different types of Crips. That's why they wear all the different kind of blues, light blue, dark blue, teal blue. Y'all ain't know that? Snoop and them was dog pound gangster Crips. They wasn't rolling 60s. They DPG from Long Beach. It's not just gangs. It's not just gangs, it's crews. And then you separate, and then when you go to jail, you come together for one cause. So if you go to the local jails, you come together. Now, if you go to the feds, you don't do gangs, you do cities, you get cars. So if you go to the feds, if I go to the feds, I ain't gonna be a foe. I'm finna be in the Chicago car. So I'll end up being in a car with somebody that's going against our gang. You understand? All of them beef because it's a neighborhood thing. You over there, I'm over here. The Pyrus and the Bloods was beefing. Different Pyrus. It's different Pyrus. Pyrus ain't Bloods. A lot of people don't know that. Pyrus ain't blood. Pyrus are not bloods. But if they go to jail, they'll ride together dependent. So it ain't like just gangs, y'all. It's way more complicated than that. And they can't do nothing about it because gangs don't commit crimes. Only certain people commit crimes. Gangs just don't commit crimes. So people think when you're a gang, you commit crimes. No, gangs have nothing to do with crimes. And it's the difference between being in a gang and being a gang banger. But if they don't know, they think that's all the same. Everybody in the gang don't bang. So let's look at it like this. I'm with a bunch of foes. My queen get pregnant. She have my son. You know he a foe. Out the top. If you're around him and you have a son, he a foe. And when they come to see the baby, they bringing him the colors, the gang colors. They giving him baby clothes with foes on it and all that. They're gonna say, if I'm hanging around the foes and I have a son, they're gonna come say, look a little solid. And if my baby do like this, they like, look, man, he throwing up the foes, man. It's real great. I'm telling you. And even if you're not, you are. So if I'm a folk on the hustle and I live, and my wife and my kids, they all under the folk protection. Because they're going to be like, man, somebody over there messing with solid wife. Somebody over there messing with solid son. They solid, whether they solid or not. They'll never go away. I could be 80 and go to prison. They see the tattoo. I gotta ride with the foes and the vice lords if they work together. Sometimes they go to prison and the foes and the vice lords don't work together. They work together in the county jail, but when they go to prison, they don't. They kind of like ops because the vice lords is on the side. And the foes, we four finger, no thumb, which is really a diss. We ain't throwing up the fire, we throwing up the foe. We throw that thumb down, that's a diss. This is a diss to the Blackstone. This is a diss to the vice lords. They own this, we own that. Four fingers, no thumb. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. They already know what it is. The foes is powerful. We ain't vice lords, but when we go to jail, we ride with the vice lords. Like when we go to jail, the BDs and the GDs used to ride together. I don't think they do no more since all the beefing. You know what I'm saying? What you mean beat us down? How you gonna beat us down when we beat people down? See what I'm saying, G-Rock? How you gonna beat us down? We a gang too. We ain't no, okay? We ain't no, you know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about no 5 people. It's a lot of us. How they gonna, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times there's more foes than it is them. No, I ain't saying we not punk. It's a lot of us. I ain't saying punks. I'm saying it's a lot of us. It's not like you're gonna go and it's gonna be, 50 vice lords and just 10 foes. It might be 50 vice lords. It might be 60 foes. Four Corner Hustlers is a big ass gang, bruh. So I'm saying in the county, they say solid foes on the bottom deck. Then nobody want no smoke. Hey, the brother that called it, because we all had to ride together, the guy that called it for us, he was a foe. It's a lot of Four Corner Hustlers, bro. It's a lot of everything. And with gangs, there ain't no punk gang, none. It's a lot of all the gangs. It's a lot of them. And a lot of times your situation go by if you go on the deck where it ain't a lot of y'all. Like you could be a GD and end up on a deck where it's only 7 GDs or something like that. But just in the whole jail itself, no, it's even Steven. It's a lot of everything. It's a lot of everything. It's a lot of foes. You know, Common is a foe. From the South Side, under Head in them. Yeah. Common sense, yeah. Most foes is West Side, but we got South Side foes. Over there by CBS, over there by 87. It's a lot of everything. I'm trying to tell you. It's a lot of everything. It ain't like TV where it's like 9 of y'all. No, it's a lot of everything. Name a gang in Chicago, it's a bunch of them. You know what I'm saying? No, the foes ain't the smallest number. Smallest number is probably what's the name? The Breeds or one of them. Probably the Breeds and the other brothers over there west. They probably the smallest. Now it's hella foes. Yeah, it's hella foes. I don't know who told you that. They told, I don't know. That's not accurate. Yeah, it's hella foes. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of them. You got to understand the only reason. See, you got to understand there's not a lot of vice lords. Okay? The vice lords is not vice lords. See? So that's probably why you understand, G-Rock. There's really no vice lords. You got traveling vice lords. You got insane vice lords. You got different vice lords. You got unknown vice lords. You got 5 or 6 different types of vice lords. You got conservative vice lords. And there was a traveling vice lord. They beefed too outside. The conservatives against the travelers. Yeah, that's my teacher. Right, out west, different people mess with each other too. They don't all be beefing. The foes be with the BDs a whole lot. Like, they not just beefing like that. It's a lot to it. Then it's different types of BDs. It's different types of foes. It's different types of GDs. It's different types of Latin kings. It's not just Latin kings. You got neighborhood sets of these gangs. It's real deep. And there's gangs people don't know, like the players and all of that. It's a lot of gangs, man. It's a lot of gangs. They deep. We got white gangs. The white gangs here is deep. Yeah, he was in the Cosmos Messenger. Yeah, El-Aton. Yeah, El-Aton is the man, Brad. That's my family. You know what I'm saying? That's my family there, Brad. That was my teacher that brought me into all this, that brought me into the knowledge. I just be trying to teach them what's going on, because when I came into with Peter and them, yeah, make sure you stay in touch, Brad. When I came in with Peter and them, I was coming from a Jerry curl and stuff like that. So I was coming from just a regular Black American into consciousness. So that's why yeah, Peter, I'm finna go try to get another interview from him. I talked to him not too long ago. We was gonna go to Sunrise last thing. Yeah, he's still doing well. I'm gonna be going to see him in about a week or two and get another interview. So through him, I was able to be around Sunrise, and I used to sit around Sunrise for hours and learn things. I kind of had to hold on to the streets, Brad, because I was like a young black conscious dude. And when they would be outside, people would try to push over them, like P-Ty. When I would get on the bus with P-Ty, brothers would be on the bus. Look at this, look at him, man, what he got and all that. So then me being younger, I wasn't taking all of that because I was in transition. So I'm coming from shooting dice and I'm coming from being a regular black American out in the streets into consciousness. And it was like these guys want to try to punk people like Peter and stuff like that. But I was younger, so I wasn't with it. So that kind of put me in a position. You know what I'm saying? Because like I'm coming into righteousness, but I'm coming from just a regular black American. So I'm not trying to hear nothing what they talking about. I'm gonna stand up for Peter and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. So I got into it with many people on the buses, ride with him, trying to talk to him crazy. So I was never allowed to be as uh, positive as them because I was from a younger generation that was a little more disrespectful. With Peter and their generation, there was respect for the elders. When I came into it, they had no respect for the elders. So all my roster brethren and all my Kemetic brethren, all my Hebrew brethren, I had to kind of be like the enforcer kind of for them in the regular world. Because I'm started growing my dreadlocks straight from a Jerry curl. I had a Jerry curl, Brad. So I was going straight from a Jerry curl, tailor-made suit, shooting dice. I wasn't no gang member or nothing, but I was outside early and I'm coming into consciousness and I'm not used to all this disrespect. And people was trying to be disrespectful just because brothers was trying to be righteous. So that caused me to form my own type of character. I had to be a little more aggressive because I didn't feel like just because I got dreadlocks, don't try to play with me out here like that. I'm still a man. You know what I mean? So that's how I got like this, Brad. It was kind of like I was forced to be like this because the younger generation was a lot more disrespectful. So I wasn't able to be like some of my elders was able to really be on some cosmic stuff all the time. I wasn't able to be like that because the younger generation back then started to get to what you see today. And they was getting just more and more disrespectful. And they thought because you got your dreadlocks or you dressed in your cosmic outfit, they thought they could just disrespect you and just talk to you crazy like you ain't no man. A couple dudes, I pushed up on a couple dudes to try to talk crazy to Sunrise when we be walking around Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I never really did the 100% uh I never did the 100% black conscious thing. I never did that. You know what I'm saying? So I never did the 100% righteous conscious dude. I didn't ever do that. I was, you know, a kind of like a black conscious spaceman militant. You see, I still got the as it is above, so it is below. I'm still on the cosmos, but um, you know what I'm saying? Because my thing was we represent Kemet, but Kemet had military. The pharaohs had military. You know, ancient Kemet had some of the best armies. So I kind of got stuck in this matrix with the disrespect, you know, because I got my antennas growing out my head, so dudes want to be disrespectful. And it's like, I'm trying to convert. I'm trying to, I'm coming out of tailor-made suits. I'm coming out of dice games. I'm coming out of Princeton Park, and I'm outside on the block. I didn't have no choice. Hey, Brad, it's either be balanced or this young generation was a trip, bro. You could see them going in the direction they was going in. They've been going in this direction a long time, and people trying to blame the rap. No, they've been going in this direction. Chicago had 970 murders back in the 70s. They only got 500 now. There was more murders when R&B was hot than it is under drill. It's a fact. I showed that the other day. It was 970 murders in like 74. You know what I'm saying? Good to see you though, Brad. I'm gonna get you over. Make sure you go follow. Hey, Brad, I'm gonna interview you and talk to you. Make sure you go and subscribe to this account, right? From Kimmit to Chicago. So make sure you go subscribe to From Kimmit to Chicago. And I'm going to interview you over there. All right. Let me see. Do I got it over here? Yeah, make sure you go follow From Kimmit to Chicago. And I'm going to interview you. All right. Check it out. Y'all too. Go subscribe to Kimmit from Kimmit to Chicago. Yeah, y'all go subscribe to that. That's really crazy. I'm gonna be working really hard. I'm gonna be working really hard on all these various channels, splitting up my different personalities and conversations so that they be in a place. I got vegan intel going, one over there, over here, like that. So it's gonna be real interesting. Oh, there's a book. Okay, yeah, I gotta check them out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta check them out. You know, I kind of had to. I kind of had to be P.T.I. security when we was out moving around. My youngest son name is P.T.I. His name was supposed to be. She should have named him Pharaoh P.T.I., but she was hard headed, so she named it. She just named him P.T.I. Named him after my teacher. That's my youngest. You know what I'm saying? The P.T.I.'s the one where I started growing my dreads. He was the one there when I changed the way I was eating. He was the one that introduced me to Sunrise, and I end up under Sunrise tutorage. So he's the one that brought me into everything. You know what I'm saying? And he was kind of like an elder, and I had to be security for all the elders. I was basically their security because people was just so disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, 1983 when you met him, I had just left. I was in L.A. I had just left on my way to Hawaii, and I was getting ready to book Sunrise to perform up on the volcano, but I didn't, I wasn't able to work it out. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I was supposed to go to Egypt with Sunrise. I had my international driver's license, my passport, and everything. But when Sadat got shot, I didn't want to go. I was like, I ain't going over there. They shot the last black pharaoh. So I didn't go. Sunrise was deep. Yeah, it was P-Tie and Sunrise really put me on a whole nother level. Because you know when you come in a black, you start saying the Bible's a white man stuff. But Sunrise was reading the Bible from a whole different perspective. And I was like, I ain't never read it like that before. And that was his favorite book. So when I started hearing his interpretations, I said, let me go look at this. So when I got up in the mountains on Hawaii on the Big Island, I said, let me read this without reading it religiously. And oh man, once you don't read once you don't read the Bible religiously and you just read it for what it say, it's by far the best book. You know what I'm saying? It's by far the best book. But the reason it don't be no good when you read it because you got a religious mindset. It's not a religious book. And once you get rid of the religious and read it, you say, oh, this ain't even a religious book. The religion was made up after. You know what I'm saying? People made the religion. You know what I'm saying? There was no Christianity with Moses and David, and Christianity didn't get made until after Christ was already crucified. Think about that. There was no Christianity. And that's when you start thinking like that, you're like, wow, how you going to read it like a Christian book when there was no Christianity? Christianity didn't exist. Think about it. Peter made up Christianity. Peter the one betrayed him. Think about that. Peter made up Christianity. They say Peter built the church in Rome. That's crazy, ain't it? So once I found out, I said, oh, this ain't even no religious book. That's when my eyes was open. I was like, this not even a religious book. None of the books don't even go together. You know how they teach us, Brad? They teach us the Bible. So people think it's the Bible, but when you read it, it's not the Bible. The Bible is not, there's no cohesiveness to the Bible. Genesis is Genesis. Exodus is Exodus. Daniel is Daniel. So this is why I had the Bible confused, because they told me it was the Bible. So I thought every book's supposed to match. They said, well, why is it all these different things in the Bible? Because it's not the Bible. You're reading whatever book you're reading, that's what you're reading. And the Bible is just a collection of all these books. So there's not supposed to be no cohesiveness. How could David say the same thing Samuel said when David is hundreds of years after Samuel? These people didn't live nowhere close to the same time as each other. You know how much time it is between Moses and Daniel, or Moses and David? A long time. So they taught me wrong. They had me thinking the Bible, they keep saying the Bible like it's one book. So that's why when you read it, you say, well, why did it say this and that say that? Because that's Exodus and that's Proverbs. They don't go together. Proverbs is just Proverbs. There's only a few books that go together. The only books go together is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Number go together. And Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John go together. Them the only ones go together. The first 5 go together, and those four first in the New Testament go together. But none of that other stuff go together. Once you realize that, you're like, wow. The book of Samuel ain't got nothing to do with the book of Daniel. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. They had me thinking it's the Bible. I'm thinking it's the Bible. It's one. And then when I said, oh, they misinterpreted it. It's not the Bible. That stuff don't go together. So that's why people be like, look, I found inconsistencies in the Bible. Because what? You think the book of Matthew gonna say the same thing the book of Isaiah say? Isaiah is Isaiah and Matthew is Matthew. They didn't even know each other. You know, once you find that out, you be like, oh, these people be on something. They making you think it's the Bible that all go together. That's crazy. It don't go together. Basically, the Bible is Cliff Notes. If you've been to school and you have Cliff Notes is a short version of a story. The Bible is Cliff Notes because the real books, you couldn't read it. You know what I'm saying? The wise men used to get together, but they couldn't read the whole thing. By the time they read 8 books, they 90 years old. Genesis was like this. Exodus was like this. Leviticus was like this. So that's just Cliff Notes. That's just the short versions. All the books in the Bible is the short versions. That's not the real versions because you wouldn't be able to read it anyway. You wouldn't be able to read it. They wouldn't be able to print it because each book would be like this. So imagine from Genesis to Revelation, that would be too much. How would you read that in a lifetime? The monks used to go and try to read it and never could. That's why they was monks and they showing with all that because they've been trying to read this stuff and they ain't never finished it. You know what I'm saying? It's too much. It's too much information. So that's just Cliff Notes. It's just quick. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Bible is, a bunch of Cliff Notes. short versions of each one of those books. That's it. The Bible's not a religious book. The Quran is not a religious book. Those are books about people that eventually what they was doing turned into a religion, but it's not a religious book. So if I go write a book, if I go to India and I write a book, and I write a book about what they was doing and what their religion was doing, my book is not a religious book. My book is a book about people that got a religion. You understand? Because if you even look at the Old Testament, they didn't have no religion. They didn't have a religion. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have a religion. They had customs. They had things they said angels told them to do, but they didn't really have no religion. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob didn't have no religion. Think about it. Because Jacob was doing something different than Abraham. Abraham wasn't doing what, by the time he got to Jacob, they was doing something totally different. Abraham wasn't doing all that. Abraham wasn't circumcising and all. It was Jacob, the one the angel told to start circumcising. Not Abraham and Isaac. Think about it. People that's meeting each other over here, that's a beautiful thing. Yeah, think about it, y'all. Anyway, I'm going to end this live. I think I'm going to come back and talk about something else. So, look, it was a pleasure. Y'all support the channel. Stay out of trouble. Eat right. Take care of yourself. Stay on something positive. Stay away from negativity. Talk about negativity. That's a good thing. To actually be negative is not. And don't confuse talking about negativity with negativity. I talk about negativity all the time, but I don't partake in negativity. I just discuss it. I think it should be discussed if we want to get some understanding. You know what I'm saying? If we want to get some understanding. And always remember, whoever started the conversation, let them have the conversation. Always respect the starter of the conversation. Always. Because we always respected the starter of the conversation because they was the ones that had the guts to change the subject and talk about something else. So we didn't really care if they was right or wrong or nothing. We just appreciated the fact that they just threw that out there and started a whole nother conversation, and we just let them have it. We just let them have it because, man, this brother or this sister started a positive conversation. Why can't they have the floor? Why would I challenge them? You ever been around and ain't nobody talking about nothing? And then you talk about something, then everybody try to overpower you and start talking about something, but they wasn't talking about anything. They should just let you say what you're going to say. So that's why I'm telling you, follow me, right, on my new page, Pharaoh Said That Live, because now I'm finna let everybody else talk. So I'm not going to be talking on Pharaoh Said That Live. I'm going to be letting all y'all say whatever you want to say, just so I can show you the difference. I'm going to show you the difference in over here and over there so you can see. Because I don't want you to think I'm just one way. I'm any kind of way. So Pharaoh Said That Live. It's not going to be too much what I got to say. It's going to be everybody else talking. Okay? The only reason I hog the conversation over here because I named it Hog the Conversation. It's called Pharaoh Said That. So it's got to be what I said. Duh. Duh. But go subscribe to Pharaoh Said That Live, and I'll probably be back over here in a minute with another conversation, all right? Victory and peace, all right?